catch up. You know how it be.
Yeah. I'll wait until you've had a chance to check audio levels before we really start talking. I'll say for the game audio, just make sure that we can hear it. This is kind of a quiet track.
That's fine. It is, you have hit live on the YouTube?
I have. I should probably pop out the chat, too.
There we go. That's
pop out chat.
I'm going to listen with my headphones off.
There's no game sound at the second, though, because I don't have the Windows selected. Okay. Windows selected.
Yeah, I think this is actually working.
I'm talking,
We're both around the same volume.
You might be really quiet, because I have you at minus 22.2 decibels. So,
Ooh, yeah, no, I am pretty quiet on your end, by the look of it.
Okay.
You're gonna want to bump me up.
Okay. You are now at minus 13.
Yeah, I still haven't heard myself come through on your end yet, so I'm just gonna keep talking here.
Okay. I also have.
You're gonna want my little lines up where your little lines are.
I also have the game sound at minus 7.2 decibels.
No, I definitely.
You're still quiet.
I'm definitely pretty quiet still.
Okay.
Bring up a little bit more. I know that I can be a fairly loud individual. I tend to talk over people.
Okay, you are at minus 2.9 now.
There we go. Now we'll try a little bit more talking. We're waiting for the delay to come through.
I feel like I might need to turn the game sound up too, because that line is like way.
Oh, there we go.
Lower.
Now, no, that's good. I would leave it where it is.
Yeah, it looks like we are peaking at about the same, but the game sound is what I'm concerned about now. I'm gonna bump it up to minus 5.3.
We shall see. We shall see.
I'll pay attention to these bars after we get in combat, because I think combat's the loudest it ever gets.
I absolutely don't do this kind of audio balancing. I let people get completely drowned out, or I drowned myself out when I was streaming the Riven. I can't believe I'm not in here doing a touching grass and talking about puzzle games. I got that dog in me. I need to.
Well, maybe I'll let you rant about it after we get through our topic, if we get through it today.
Game good.
It's just I don't have a whole lot to add because I don't really do the puzzle games because I may be dumb.
I don't know what you're talking about. You're getting your way through Tunic. You're able to piece some things together.
I'm getting through Tunic because I'm a badass gaslighting, gatekeeping girl boss.
Girl boss?
As evidenced by the fact that I'm not playing on reduced damage mode, and I skipped the entire first boss and its area and went straight to the librarian where I got my first death.
Yep. I don't know. I feel like you can do.
And I almost killed the librarian with my only magic ability being the grappling hook.
Well, that's really all you need for the library. You don't need a lot of magic abilities.
Yeah.
You just gotta wait for him to come down.
Yeah,
as long as you're not getting chip damage.
I would have killed him, but I'm very impatient. And it just takes forever if you're not grappling him to you. But grappling him to you is almost a guaranteed way to get hit.
I really hate that they make bosses. There are two bosses in the game that don't like just full on get grappled to you. You can stun lock the garden guardian pretty easily with grapple, but the librarian and the boss at the bottom of the rune ziggurat don't. They just get kind of like stumble a little bit closer towards you. They don't come the full way.
Yeah, the librarian also immediately counters being grappled with one of 3 different moves.
Yeah, it's rude.
And only one of those 3 moves allows you to get a full combo in and still be able to dodge out of the way without getting hit.
Well, just stop using the sword. Use the stick.
Is it faster?
The stick doesn't have a 3-hit combo. The stick just does 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. You can just swing it forever. It just does less damage.
Oh.
So if you're worried about your combo timing, you switch to the stick.
Well, I started just hitting him twice and then dodge rolling.
Yeah.
Regardless which attack you did.
I just don't get hit.
Right. Yeah.
Hit them first and don't get hit. That's all you need to do.
How many times did I die trying to get my launch codes while you were playing Tunic?
Well, now,
And
well,
Deathlink was
hold
turned
on.
on.
We'll hold on there. Hold the phone, all right? There's a difference between playing Tunic and then playing Tunic with enemies randomized and you don't have a sword. All right?
But you know what there's not a difference with? Not getting hit.
Well, yeah, you're either hit or you're not.
Right.
That's the difference. Sometimes enemy randomizer puts some real unfair junk on the screen. I should, just in the off chance, I accidentally quit your lobby. I'm sorry.
I was just about to start as well.
Yeah, I'm the worst. I'm the worst.
Oh,
I should also pop out.
Drop a link, please. I should probably do the same in my Discord.
Well, if you drop a link in your Discord, then I can share that link around to wherever. I'm not gonna do your publicities for you. I'll let you decide. Otherwise, I'll just write farts, 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 and then post the link.
I mean, I don't care how you drop it.
Well, I've just been given permission.
Dude. There it is. Share. Copy link. I guess I can post it under YouTube news.
There.
Should I use a here or an everyone? I don't like using everyone. I'll just use here.
And then I can let's racing time promotion. And then I can also there. Enjoy. I did the most understandable thing. All right. Multi-player. Each time a week goes by, I think I should really update my name. Because this is just the Minecraft name that I used whenever I had to migrate to a Microsoft account instead of my old, like, OG Minecraft account. I think... No, there was a moment there that I had the name Duck Quackum. And I gave myself a Duke Nukem skin with a duck head. I'm Duck Quackum. I've lost Blau.
I'm here.
She's
I'm
silent now.
typing.
Oh, there. See, you have to think a while to compose an informative message to your audience, whereas I can just be out here going fart, fart, farts.
Well, that's because farts, farts, farts about all you're good for, right?
That's basically it. It's not like I have an entire song. Is that the name of the song? I think that's the name of the song. I think that's the name of the song that we gave it was Step 4, Make Fart Sounds with Your Mouth.
I hope this tags you on Twitter. I am posting this through my thing that posts simultaneously to Blue Sky and Twitter.
I have no idea. The only thing I get tagged on Twitter these days is whenever you beat a new video game.
Very well. Yeah, it did tag you. Nice. It did not tag you on Blue Sky.
I don't have a blue ski.
I mean, even if you did, it wouldn't have tagged you because the tags are different on Blue Sky.
Why am I getting YouTube news from this Discord that I'm in? This Blaumagier Discord. What the heck am I even in there for?
Okay. I guess it's probably about time we actually get into the world.
It's about time that we do a thing.
Okay, you're here. I'm here. I'm queer, and you can get used to it.
Yep.
Hey everyone, welcome back to episode 2 of Touching Grass. This is our live streams to supplement the grounded Let's Play I'm doing, where we will not be making any kind of story progress, and we will instead be focusing on base building, resource gathering, and mutation leveling while we podcast about stuff.
We are going to exploit the natural resources of this land for our own gain and the betterment of our ability to beat the game? I think that's what we're trying to do, right? The end goal is beating the game.
I mean, we don't need to do any of this to beat the game.
Yeah, we gotta look good beating the game. Like, this is looking pretty good.
So yeah, I'm, as usual, joined by my co-host, Not a Buttface, also known...
It's me, Not a Buttface, I'm here.
Also known as ShifterChaos on YouTube.
I go by many names. I have many noms de plume.
Buttface is the most common one. Maybe I should move these chests so you actually know where they are, since you apparently can't look across the street.
It's so far over here to my nice comfy chair that you definitely didn't destroy last episode. Don't do it again! That hurts! That hurts me! My poor little health bar! My tiny Pete!
You're just a little guy.
I'm just a little guy and you keep big sorting me! Oh, I also don't have any food. I should probably, do something about that.
I did something about that last time.
Yeah, you did, and then I didn't. I'm the worst.
Don't actually have any food in my inventory, so it's all on you. Actually, I think there's some already... Yeah, there's food already cooked in the cube.
Oh, there was?
In the oven.
Oh, we were smart about that, weren't we?
Yes, I was.
Well, I've got 2 on me. Do you need some food still in your inventory?
I just grabbed 1 and left the rest in there.
Oh, yeah, then...
And my food's already full because I filled it up last time before I quit.
Then I'm stealing the meals.
So,
All right.
Before we get into the topic of the day, I'm just going to go over what we're going to be doing in-game here.
Well, you can do that. You can go over what we're doing in-game. I'm going to just go start doing that.
So, I'm going to be busting up rocks and clay mainly. I'm also going to go bust up some acorns first to help Buttface in what he's going to be doing. When I get to a point where I'm just waiting on rocks and clay and ever charcoal to respawn, I will shift my focus to leveling up my weapon mutations. Meanwhile, Buttface is going to be chopping down all the dried grass.
Yep, and initially you were saying grab some clover leaves, so I'm just doing that real quick right outside our front door. Also grabbing some
or you get
some sap while I'm here.
Yes, sap is the other thing you need. You can feel free to take all the sap that we have in the chest.
Wow. Step 1 was get all of this.
But yeah, speaking of mutations, that brings me to today's topic to podcast about. Did you like that?
What are we talking about?
Did you like that segue?
No, I don't get it. What are we talking about? I have yet to be informed about what this subject matter is that we are podcasting.
We're talking
you
about.
haven't definitely given me 10 whole movies worth of homework to go through.
We are talking about mutants, specifically the X-Men. But not just any X-Men. We're not going to be talking about the comics or the cartoons, of which I believe both of us are fairly illiterate on.
I never learned how to read, comics or otherwise.
But this all started because my wife and I had established Saturdays as movie day, where each week we take turns picking a movie for us both to watch together. And I had been picking Marvel movies on my days.
Those aphids look like they have things to do and people to see.
We got all the way through Endgame and kind of put that on hold because Deadpool and Wolverine is coming out in less than a month, and I wanted us to get like all caught up on the X-Men stuff because I had only ever seen X-Men and X2 X-Men United. And my wife had not seen any of them prior to when we went to go see Deadpool 1. So that's what we've been doing, and I was like, I have a lot of thoughts about this series. I think this would be a good thing for us to talk about on Touching Grass. And when I brought it up with Buttface, he was like, I have seen 2 of those movies. So I was like, well, you got some homework, boy.
Yeah, I had only up to that point. I mean, I'd seen the Deadpool movies. I didn't actually consider those as part of like X-Men movies, and they kind of those movies lampshade that they are not really X-Men movies.
You can definitely watch them standalone, but there are a lot of Easter eggs and references specifically to the X-Men movies as opposed to like X-Men in general.
So what I had seen before was Logan, which was the first X-Men movie that I saw, which, yeah, that's an experience when you go and see Logan without having any love or affinity to any of these characters or actors in that role. And then also seeing X-Men First Class while on a plane. So, like, just the ideal way to watch that movie. I've got a lot of Clover. I don't know how much I'm going to actually need. But yeah, you have like an order that you want to discuss these movies that are encapsulations of the time in which they were created, the people creating them, and X-Men as a whole is a property that is ripe for we're trying to talk about things. And what those things are pretty malleable as time marches on.
So, the order is a little weird, and I think we both.
You're telling me.
I think we both watched the movies, in an order that is different from the order we're going to speak about them in. Buttface, I believe, aside from the 2 that you had seen outside of this homework project, you saw them all in chronological release order.
For the most part, yes. I tried to stick to chronological release order, and then I did skip over. I did skip over First Class. I think I. How did that go? Like my actual watch order I have on my phone here because it's just what I have pulled up for my notes. I did X-Men, X2, Last Stand, Origins Wolverine, The Wolverine, Days of Future Past, Apocalypse, Dark Phoenix, New Mutants, and then I was like, I should probably get Logan at least under my belt. There's lots I want to talk about with Logan. Having seen every other movie now.
So aside from going back and rewatching Logan, you watched them all in release order?
That was release order?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Me, on the other hand, I started watching the Marvel stuff in timeline chronological order. So, like, we started with Captain America and went through that way. And I kind of wanted to do the same thing with X-Men.
Good luck, bud.
I didn't know anything about X-Men beyond the fact that I saw the first two released. So I looked up a guide online for a watch order, and
which guide did you look up? What was it?
I think
was it the IGN watch order guide?
Because
I also googled that.
I think it was IGN.
Yeah, they were like,
so
yeah, do this, and I was like, how about I don't?
So the issue with the IGN watch guide is it makes sense why they did it this way, but in practicality it doesn't work out so well because of one very important spoiler fact that they omit from the watch guide.
We should absolutely preface this discussion. Full spoilers.
Yeah, full
I'm not going to limit myself to knowledge that you've only heard from this one X-Men movie. It's like I don't know how much you can spoil about New Mutants, and I don't know how much you can spoil about Logan, but everything else is pretty, like, I just don't care. I don't care.
I'm not concerned about spoiling Logan, considering Deadpool 2 literally spoils the ending of Logan in its opening.
Fair enough.
But yes, fair warning, we will be doing full spoilers for all of the X-Men proper movies produced by Fox. Both Deadpool movies. And I guess I should mention the New Mutants, since it's not explicitly stated to be an X-Men movie. But
it's definitely an X-Men.
Definitely is. But yeah, full spoilers for all of those, and we'll probably also be talking about the trailers for Deadpool and Wolverine at the end.
We can. I don't really have much to say in that regard. Like, it's definitely a movie trailer.
But yeah, so the IGN watch order, it omitted a very important spoiler for deciding the best watch order. It listed everything to the best of its ability in chronological order based on what year the movies take place.
The date in which the movie is set.
Yes.
Not necessarily the... There's some time travel shenanigans that happen, alright?
Yeah, so...
Or is it a time cycle?
It's actual time travel that creates a split.
Are we sure about that?
Yes, it is time
Is
travel.
that explicitly stated that it's a split in the timeline?
Buttface, I swear to God, I'm going to strangle you. But yes, there's a split timeline created by time travel shenanigans. So, when we talk about these movies, I'm going to be referring to the old cast and the new cast. The old cast being the cast for the original trilogy, X-Men, X2, X-Men United, and X-Men The Last Stand, as well as X-Men Origins, Wolverine, and The Wolverine, and Logan. And then the new cast would be the younger cast that was in... I just found a tooth that we never got by the tree.
Well, you can't get that.
I can't get you a tooth. But yeah, the new cast is the younger cast that they created for the prequel series. Or rather, what started as a prequel series. I don't know if it really still is.
I guess that... No, it's definitely still a prequel series. Like, it
I mean, by the end of it, I don't know if it's still prequel or not. I don't know.
It takes place before the first X-Men movies. X-Men 2000, as I want to call it.
Well, yeah, that one takes place in 2000. So.
But, like, the latest one in the prequel series would be...
still in the 90s?
would be Dark Phoenix, which I feel like is still in the 90s.
Okay. Fair enough.
Given by like it's a couple years, like it's 70s for Days of Future Past, it's 80s for Apocalypse. Is it 80s for Apocalypse? And then it's like 90s for Dark Phoenix. I want to say.
No, it's got to be 90s for both Apocalypse and.
I'm just thinking about the nonsense that we see in the Quicksilver scenes. Like, we see some old-looking tab cans, all right?
Right. But, yeah, the new cast is the cast for the prequel series, which was First Class, Apocalypse, and Dark Phoenix, and then what was actually the second movie in the series, Days of Future Past, which is where the time travel shenanigans happen, and it features both the old cast and the new cast.
As Wade so succinctly puts it, McAvoy or Stewart. These timelines are so hard to keep straight.
That is a reference I did not get when I watched Deadpool for the first time.
Oh, I got that one. I clocked that without having seen the other movies.
Well, you did see a movie with each actor portraying the professor.
Exactly.
I had not. But anyway, so yeah, the watch order that IGN had me watching it in was, it started me with First Class, which is fair enough. That is the earliest one, no matter what metric you're going by.
It's also a great starting movie.
It is a fantastic movie to start with. No qualms from me. And then it has you going to X-Men Origins Wolverine, which, fair enough, it takes place at that time, chronologically. And also, that movie kind of sucks, so it's good to get it out of the way so you can forget about it sooner.
Hey. We're gonna need to stop right here.
We can talk about that when we get to that one.
All right.
Hold your horses.
I was good to go by like I got my viewing order out of the way so that we could just go through this piece by piece on your viewing order on your itinerary list.
Right. We're not going into in-depth discussion yet. They'll talk about the viewing order.
Overview.
So after X-Men Origins Wolverine, it said Days of Future Past, but I skipped that because it didn't tell me that it was time travel shenanigans that results in a split timeline. It just said it features the old cast and the new cast, so it's probably better if you've seen the original trilogy. So I was like, okay, we'll watch that one after we've seen the original trilogy. And then it said Apocalypse, then Dark Phoenix, which, as far as watching the prequel trilogy, it's perfectly fine to watch. No, there's 4. Quadrilogy. Prequel quadrilogy. It's perfectly fine to watch all of those in chronological release order. That's also their chronological timeline order. But then it had me going to X-Men after Dark Phoenix, and then X2, X-Men United, and then X-Men The Last Stand, and the Wolverine, and then technically it said Deadpool is after Wolverine, but I had already seen Deadpool, so I waited to watch that again. I think it also squeezed in Deadpool 2 right after Deadpool 1. And then it said New Mutants, and then top it off with Logan.
Yeah, hard to get any more definitive than Logan. That's gonna be a tough order for future series.
Well, Logan is definitely the last one in the timeline. Explicitly takes place in 2029. But we'll talk about that when we get to that one.
I see you found the ants.
My actual watch order was basically IGN's order, except I skipped Days of Future Past until after we watched The Wolverine. Because the post-credit scene for The Wolverine actually is a setup for Days of Future Past.
I did not watch any post-credit scenes, so you'll have to elucidate me on those matters.
Well, I know you watched the Deadpool 2 ones because I linked them to you.
You did not link me the Deadpool post-credit scenes, but I have seen the post-credit scenes for Deadpool. Yes, I know. Oh no, I guess Baby Hitler was a post-credit scene.
Oh, that was
sure.
Yeah, that was a deleted one. But yeah.
No. That was an extended one. Baby Hitler's in the original cut, I want to say.
It's not in the theatrical one. And it's
Is
not.
it not? That I swear I've seen that before.
No,
maybe
it's
I watched it when those came out.
It might be in the super duper cut, but it's not in the theatrical release or in Once Upon a Deadpool. Source, I just watched both of those movies like less than 5 hours ago. Back to back.
You know what? I'll take a source. Just trust me, bro. I believe I trust you. You would never lie to me. I'm the one who tells lies on the internet.
That's also a little bit of behind the curtain on this. Yeah, I really pushed my homework right up to the wire on this.
Oh, you think I wasn't watching Logan like 10 minutes beforehand? Like I know what I'm doing. I'm a procrastinator. It happens.
Okay, I do not have any more inventory space, so I cannot grab any more of these rocks around the tree. Just acorns.
Well, let me know when you have you're all acorned up, because I have completely clovered, and now I'm actually out by the pond here doing clay for you.
That is fine, because I did actually just raise my rock smasher to 3. So.
Nice. I'm only on 2 for grass cutter, so.
Pretty sure I'm on 3. Yes, I'm on 3 for both of them.
I don't think clay does rock smasher.
It does. It does.
Oh, really?
Yes.
But it's a shovel.
It's still a rock. It doesn't have to be smashed with a hammer. You're just smashing it with a shovel. Look, the logic checks out. But yeah, anyway, I watched it basically in IGN's suggested order, except I waited until after the Wolverine to watch Days of Future Past. And I saved Deadpool 1 and 2 for absolutely last. And, yeah, I think that was the only deviations I took. I think I did actually watch New Mutants before Logan. Which I'm kind of glad I did on that. But anyway, the order we're going to discuss them in is... I think we're going to start with First Class, because like we both agreed, that's just a great starting point. And it is canonically the earliest in no matter which timeline you're going down. After First Class, we are going to talk about X-Men Origins Wolverine. And then we will talk about X-Men. And then X2, X-Men United. And then X-Men The Last Stand. And then The Wolverine. And then Days of Future Past. And then Apocalypse. And then Dark Phoenix. And then New Mutants. Well, no, we can talk about Logan first. We'll talk about New Mutants after Logan, because honestly, it's tangentially related to everything else at best, and there's no returning characters.
I have many thoughts on New Mutants.
I do as well.
I have many thoughts on Logan, so like it's gonna buckle yourselves in. This is a touch and grass stream. We're gonna be here for a minute.
And then we will cap off the whole thing. Okay, you're at the base. We'll cap off the whole thing with the Deadpool movies, and then the trailers for Deadpool and Wolverine, which comes out in less than a month.
Yeah.
So, X-Men First Class.
I'm gonna need to put this out here. Just disclaimer: I have an unabashed crush on James McAvoy. Mr. Tumnus could get it, and absolutely should get it. I have forever and always just That man is incredibly attractive, and it is very distracting to watch him be like hoity-toity British, but also kind of a dork in all of these movies with the long flowing hair and just the bit of smarm and wit to it. It's a weakness. I am a weak man.
I could not help but draw a certain parallel while I was watching these movies.
Yeah.
Because both portrayals of Professor Charles Xavier feel almost like completely different characters, which it makes sense because one is a very young and still naive Professor Xavier, and one is a older, much more wizened Professor Xavier.
McAvoy definitely has skeletons in his closet, and you can definitely tell that he is constantly inwardly fighting with himself.
But yeah, the parallel I kept drawing was that Patrick Stewart, Charles Xavier, feels a lot like Captain Jean-Luc Picard, while our younger one feels a lot like Captain James T. Kirk.
I don't know anything about Star Trek, so how about you recommend me watch 72 seasons of that before next Touching Grass?
Well, it would just be 3 seasons of the original series and I think 7 or 9 of Next Generation.
No, 7 of 9 I know is a Star Trek character. You can't trick me like that.
I said 7 or 9.
You can't trick me like that. I know enough.
Look, 7 of 9 is Deep Space Nine. Wait, no. Voyager. Sorry. She was in an episode of Deep Space Nine.
You're off in the weeds.
I am. We need to get back to touching the grass, not the weeds.
What do I need to get for these chests? What am I doing here?
Sap, clover, and acorn shells.
We're doing stores. I'm gonna need. We only got a lot of acorn shells, unfortunately. I can build 10 chests out of what we've got. A little more than 10. Unless you haven't deposited your acorn shells yet.
I thought I did. I might not have if there weren't any in the... Oh, hey, I'm building an Everchar torch.
Hey, well, unfortunate. Acorn shells, you said, right? I got those. I'm gonna pull some sap.
It looks like I have deposited them. I do not see them on my end.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm also gonna need an equal number of sap and half as much. That'll do. And then, what was it? It was clover? Yeah, half as much clover. We got so much clover. I got way too much.
It's fine. Clover's used for other things too, like roofing material.
Okay. I'm gonna go disappear now.
So, I should probably grab my flippers before I go claying it up.
I'm gonna be honest. I really do like Fassbender's portrayal of Magneto. I think he brings the same level of gravitas that Ian McKellen brings, but as a younger, more cocksure Magneto. Like, you can still tell that he's a bit more fire from the hip, whereas the Ian McKellen Magneto is almost just like cold and callous, but Fassbender can also bring that kind of emotional detachment when necessary.
Yeah. Thank you.
I also don't mind Jennifer Lawrence as Mystique. I think she does a fantastic job. That's a hard act to follow based off of the original Mystique, and she did adequately to fell off the thing. Adequately to quite well, I would say.
I can't remember who portrayed Mystique in the originals.
Well, you don't really ever see her in
Yeah, she doesn't.
human form.
She doesn't take human form in those, which is why I can't remember who it is.
Exactly. And I guess I will say this is
Well, not her
For the-
human form.
for the first where are we actually going here? For the first class cast, it's funny how it is a movie that was made like 10 years later and doesn't go as whole hog on the VFX special effects. Like Beast is a human mostly, Mystique is a human mostly. You don't have a lot of the big gonzo action scenes so much.
The effects they do have, though, look.
They're pretty good. They are serviceable to good, I would say.
So, first class starts out with showing us Magneto before he was known as such when he was a child in Germany, Nazi Germany, being
Which is
separated
is
from
really-
his mother, going into a concentration camp.
Which I was surprised was the opening of the original X-Men movies. Like that's a heck of an opening. That is a strong act to follow. So to see it reused in first class and done expanded on even was very striking.
I think it worked very well.
All right, I am supposed to be cutting down all of this dry grass over here. Is that correct? Is that what you're wanting?
Yes.
Well, that's unfortunate. Let's build these chests first and foremost.
So while Magneto is being separated from his mother, that is when his power gets shown off to a bunch of Nazis as he's basically pulling himself towards the gate that's made of metal, as like 3 Nazi guards are trying to pull him away to stop him from trying to run towards his mother. And the gate ends up bending before one of them just... I think he hit him upside the head with the butt of his gun. Is that right?
Yeah, yeah.
Knocked
The
him out cold.
That's the exact scene from X1.
And then we see... I'm trying desperately to remember his real name, and I keep forgetting it. Magneto's real name, I mean. Not the actor.
Michael Fassbender plays Magneto, who is Charles and...
No, Charles is...
Yeah, no,
Professor
Charles
X.
and... I'm trying to think what...
You forgetting it too?
Well, because he doesn't refer to himself by it.
No, but in the prequels, he constantly
Is
gets
it
called
Lawrence?
this... No. You're thinking of Jennifer Lawrence.
Eugene?
This is a
It's
German
an old
name.
man name.
It's a German name.
It's an old man name.
It's just a German name for sure.
This is... Eric.
Eric, yeah, Eric Lyncher. That's it. Sorry. So we see a young Eric Lyncher with what appears to be a Nazi psychologist trying to get him to voluntarily demonstrate his control over metal. Which-
I'm going to pause you there. How do you get rid of grass permanently? Was it leave the stem or not?
Chop the stalk.
Chop the stalk, and then that will disable... No, not dry grass, regular grass.
It's the same. Dry grass and regular grass. You chop the stalk.
Chop the stalk.
Weeds, it doesn't matter. It comes back regardless. I think
Okay.
I think weeds might not grow back if you leave the stalk. But I could be wrong on that. Just to be
I won't
clear.
hold you to it. But yes, we definitely have the montage of Nazi science being done.
Yep. And Nazis being typically Nazi. Is very inhumane in their approach about it. When Eric is unable to control his powers of his own free will and demonstrate for him by moving a coin on the table, the Nazi doctor decides to bring in Eric's mother and threatens to shoot her if he doesn't move the coin. And he tries desperately to do it because he knows they're Nazis, they're not screwing around, they're gonna do it. So he tries desperately and he just can't do it. So his mom gets shot. And this is when his rage takes over and his power just uncontrollably goes off. Filing cabinets get thrown around and everything metal in this office just, it's just a storm of it.
In violent action.
Yeah. Absolutely violent action.
I'm going to pause you there for 2 seconds. Do you want to explain to the dear viewers why you've sent me on this errand?
No.
Okay. I'm chopping grass because I was told to chop grass, turns out. And if you need to know more, just don't worry about it.
I don't think that was important enough to interrupt for, but since you already did...
No worries, go on.
I'm having him chop the grass there because that's where I have determined is the greatest concentration of spiky burr weeds, and it just makes it easier to see them when you go to chop down spiky burrs.
The grass is not even an important resource. I'm literally just getting it out of the way.
Anyway, I've lost my train of thought.
We have finished with the Nazi science scenes.
Right. Meanwhile, it goes over to Charles as a child, who apparently was born with a spoon in his mouth. Silver spoon, I think is the phrase.
Yes.
I shouldn't use phrases that I'm not super familiar with. But he's rich. Like, so rich that apparently he barely even sees his parents.
Like, has his own mansion rich.
Yeah.
Go figure.
So he sees his mom in the fridge. And he's surprised by this because his mom never goes to the fridge. She just has servants bring her whatever she wants. And he confronts her, and turns out it wasn't actually his mom. It was actually a mutant, a little blue girl that can transform. And he calls her out and is, upon being revealed to be a mutant, is taken aback. It's the first time he's ever seen another mutant. And, he quickly finds out that she doesn't have a home, and she was just hungry, and promises to take care of her, and that she'll never go hungry again. And that's basically where he adopts her as his little sister, as we find out in the next scene.
When you're rich enough, you can just do that, adopt a little sister. It's fine.
Even when you're like 10 years old yourself.
Yeah, exactly. You're rich. What are you going to do? Is anyone going to question your authority? You have money. Money equals authority.
Yeah. But this little blue girl's name is Raven.
Does she give him the name Raven, or does he read her mind to be the name Raven? I forget if she volunteers that her name is Raven, because that is a point of contention.
Well, he definitely didn't read her mind. What I'm confused about is, did she tell him her name was Raven, or did he name her Raven?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
Because I can't remember. This was the first movie I watched.
This was also the first movie I didn't rewatch.
I didn't take notes. I'm a bad podcaster and don't take notes.
Well, you're literally giving like a scene by scene rundown, which is more than what I have for my notes.
Well, for the one that you didn't rewatch in recent times.
Again, I don't have like a scene by scene rundown. I just have my Mystery Science Theater play by play. I don't know, but you keep going off. You're doing good. You're recapping on site. It's fine. We're deep in the diegesis here, folks.
So the next scene is years later. They're both adults, young adults. And
Not acquainted though. Or sorry, Raven and Charles, yes.
Yes. And it shows Charles, I think he's being a pickup artist at a bar. Except he's not actually trying to get dates, he's trying to get girls to come to his lectures, I think. I'm a little fuzzy on the details here.
Thing to do.
He's such a nerd.
But he's a dork, but he has a suaveness about him. I'm sorry, this is 100% like a type. Like, I'm down bad. Would listen to you lecture, 10 out of 10.
You are bad man crushing on him.
Absolute smoke show young James McAvoy. Are you kidding me? With that luscious flowing hair? I'm sorry. Anyway, continue.
Oh no! Dude, please, keep going on about his hair.
It's so beautiful.
But
I was like, I did not see. I was waiting for the inevitable balding of McAvoy, and the way that comes about is such a hilarious payoff because I didn't see it coming. I was like, oh, this is when he loses his hair. I thought it would be something way stupider.
It was like 3 movies in before they got rid of his hair.
4 movies in. No,
Was it
3 movies in.
I thought it was 3.
But like they set up that he would be bald in the beginning of that movie, and I just didn't catch it. I didn't get me.
Well, I mean, I was familiar with the character and had only ever known him to be bald, so immediately seeing him as a young adult with hair was like, oh, wait a minute.
Well, I mean, knowing that Patrick Stewart is bald, I got that.
Not just Patrick Stewart, but like I am familiar with what Professor Xavier looks like in all the cartoons and the comics. He's always bald.
You know what? I would also just like to pause a moment and say that at least for this like young generation cast, they do a very good job of casting what your prototypical X-Men from the popular culture understanding is. But I think it can't be understated how excellent the senior cast is. Like, they nailed it. In 2000 whatever, they nailed what the actor playing this character should be so hard that they're still dipping into that well 20 to 30 years later.
Yeah. As the case may be.
Yeah. We're never going to get out of the shadow of the X-Men casting at this point.
It's amazing that lightning struck twice.
Yeah. I just hats off to the casting director. Like, you did your job and then some. You've set the trends for Hollywood's next generation of stars going forward.
So,
there we go.
I kind of wish you hadn't been blowing so much smoke up my ass about how well I was giving a play-by-play, because this is where it's going to fall apart quickly for me.
Well, you don't have to give the play-by-play. Like, again, we can just do broad strokes on these movies. We've got a dozen of them to go through.
Yeah, this was the very first one I saw, so it's going to be the one that my memory is the worst on. But, I am struggling to remember what happens immediately after the bar scene.
Oh, I couldn't tell you. The main strokes that I want to touch on are just like the broad plot of we're seeing the X-Men as a offshoot of a CIA kill squad, basically. We're seeing the development of these iconic things that I didn't even realize were iconic at the time, like creating Cerebro. I don't know why there's such an emphasis on Cerebro. It seems like such a minor detail
Well,
in the
I
initial
can
movies.
I can explain that to you, but I do kind of remember while he's doing this pickup artist thing in the bar, he actually unknowingly goes to a CIA operative known as Moira McTaggart.
I forgot that Moira was a character from this movie, so seeing her show up again in Apocalypse had me very confused. I was like, there's history here that I'm not reading. Oh, right. Okay, no, I remember.
You must have really been confused when she showed up again in The Last Stand.
Last Stand?
Yeah.
What movie is Last Stand?
That's the third one in the original trilogy.
Was it the same actor?
No.
Yeah, then I didn't even clock Moira in Last Stand.
But she was young, which doesn't jive with the idea of it being one single timeline.
Yeah, definitely didn't remember that at all. But yes, Charles goes to the CIA and then is like, hey, I'm a mutant. And they're like, we could use you. I don't actually remember what happened.
Yeah, that is basically what happens.
Oh, okay. Sweet, I could be a screenwriter.
And the CIA does basically use them as a task force. What did they call them? Like S-Men or something?
Is this Task Force X? They go back and forth. So, you know what? This is as good a time as any. Because X-Men First Class does make a big deal out of getting everyone in yellow jumpsuits.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And the very first X-Men movie puts a lampshade on it of going, what did you expect? Yellow jumpsuits?
Well, we'll get to that.
But
okay, that specific line was a dig at Wolverine, not the first class yellow jumpsuits.
No. Well, no. It wasn't a dig at the Wolverine. It was like
no, not the movie.
2000.
Not the movie.
Yeah.
The Wolverine, the character Wolverine, because
welcome to talking to these things difficult.
His costume from the comics and cartoons was basically yellow spandex. So in the first X-Men movie, when they reveal the costumes and they're all like a black leather uniform that looks the same for all of them, Wolverine makes a comment about it, and Cyclops is like, what'd you expect, yellow spandex?
So I guess what I'm wanting to get at is that is maybe a dozen years removed, right? In the year 2000, it wasn't hip and cool to be comic accurate. You had to make it more realistic for general audiences to get on with the fantastical elements of your superhero movies, right?
How old were you in 2000?
We don't need to talk about that. All right?
I'm just wondering how much, like I don't know. When I was 6 years old, if I liked a movie, then I liked a movie. I don't care what other people were saying. I wasn't hearing what other people were saying. But in 2000, I was 15. So I heard what other people were saying. And people liked X-Men, but overwhelmingly, people were not happy with the generic black leather uniforms. And
let me be clear. This is not general public being happy or wanting it. It is Hollywood studio executives greenlighting that funny comic book movie. We're not going to have them run around in yellow leotards.
Look, Hollywood is still like super disconnected from their own audience. If Ugly Sonic was not proof enough of that.
Right. What I'm saying is in just so few years, we have seen a complete reversal on that decision from studio execs to where,
Well-
and now they're all in yellow leotards, is like
Well,
the shot.
okay.
That's the thing you put on the poster to get cred for.
In First Class, I think that making the uniforms yellow was a reference to that line from the original. But the line in the original was very much somebody in the production, if not the director, one of the writers, thinking, oh, this is just a stupid comic book adaptation. We can do this way better than comics. These nerds don't even know what they want. Because that's a prevalent attitude Hollywood has had. Like I said, even as recently as the first Sonic movie.
Well,
And
I can understand.
they decided they wanted I guess they thought the black leather uniforms was edgy and cool, and that people would like that more than.
They have a stylistic name for that. It's called tactical.
But where they were wrong is the fact that X-Men in the 90s was probably the single most popular Marvel property, which is why it was like the first Marvel property to get a movie. I mean, you gotta consider the cartoon came out in the 90s. That was huge. When I was a kid at school, I heard people talk about the X-Men cartoon a lot. You know what I didn't hear people talk about? Not just other Marvel superheroes, but they didn't really talk about other superheroes at all. Like, you might hear the occasional comment about Batman, because the animated series was pretty big. But you didn't hear about anything but sometimes Batman and X-Men. So big. So that's why there was definitely backlash over the choice to have the black leather uniforms. But yeah, in First Class, I do not doubt that it was probably a dig at the original writers or whoever that decided to make that dig at the comic book fans in the first place to make the uniforms yellow.
But to me, it's shocking how quickly the trends of what we're making as big blockbuster movies flip from. And again, we're looking at in reverse here, but like in 2010s, it's we need to be comic accurate, and just 10 years earlier, it was let's not get too goofy with it.
Well, yeah, comic books were not mainstream. Like comic books, superheroes, and all that. None of that was mainstream. Prior to, I want to say, the first Thor movie.
Well, I
not,
mean, like,
not Thor, Iron Man.
X-Men was doing stuff to push it. The Tobey Maguire Spider-Mans were doing stuff to push it. And then Marvel kicked it off.
Yeah, the X-Men original trilogy and the Spider-Man original trilogy were like the two things making strides mainstreaming comic book superhero culture. And the only thing keeping it from being relegated to only comic books before that was Batman.
Baby.
I think Batman was the only thing that was fairly consistent with success. It's like there were Superman movies that were just all over the place in quality, ranging from very bad to... I don't think any of them were considered excellent. I think at best they might be considered decent. I know there was a
Christopher Reeve's portrayal of Superman, but that's about it.
I know there was an Incredible Hulk live action TV show, which
Lou Ferrigno, right?
I think so. I've never seen it.
Yeah.
I've heard that it's okay, but I've never really heard anyone say that it was like amazing and you really should watch it. Just I've heard decent enough things about it, I suppose.
We're off in the weeds.
I mean, it's fine. The point is, comic books were not mainstream at all. And you have two different studios at approximately the same time that got the two largest Marvel properties to work with. one of them took the opportunity to clown on comic book nerds, while the other one, while still taking that Hollywood we know best approach and taking a lot of liberties that are not comic book accurate, didn't like directly take a dig at the fans. That would of course be Spider-Man. But X-Men, absolutely, it was a case of Fox thought they know better than the fans.
But again, they still did so much right in those movies. But we're getting ahead of ourselves.
Yeah.
Back to the First Class.
So yeah, after Charles goes before the CIA and says he's a mutant and blah blah blah
I
blah
think
blah.
the correct term is rizzing her up.
Wouldn't she have rizzed him up? I don't know.
I'm not. You know what? I don't know well enough.
There was some mutual.
You're the one who's tipping with it.
There was some mutual rizzing going on, except she pulled the old bait and switch. Like, I'm not actually a chick at the bar looking for a hot
I'm a
dude to go
government
home with.
recruiter. I can't say I've ever had that happen.
I'm actually a CIA agent. But yeah, after that, he gets the go-ahead to create a task force. And that's where he's introduced to Hank. Who,
I really love the actor who plays Hank. I wish I knew his name. I didn't look it up. I can't think of anything else he's been in, but he's fantastic.
He's pretty quickly revealed to be a mutant himself. He's the mutant that becomes known as Beast. At first, it's only that his feet are kind of beastly, like almost hand-like.
If you go to the foot wiki, it would be described as grippers.
Yes, I guess I've never been to the foot wiki, so I'm gonna take your word on it. But that sounds like a real thing.
I am 100% making that up.
I mean,
don't listen to me.
You say you're making it up, but what?
Well,
if?
I wouldn't be out here telling lies on the internet now, would I?
Who would do a thing like that? But no, that actually does sound like something I would expect to find on the foot wiki, which I know is a real thing because I've heard Game Grumps talk about it.
I know you've heard Aaron talk about the foot wiki. It's obsessed.
Absolutely. But I've never been to it myself because I really do not give two craps about.
Did your game explode?
No. Did you get disconnected?
Nope, it just kicked me.
Well.
I'm coming back in. Don't you worry. You can't keep me out of the world for too long.
I'm on PC, so we're probably not going to have disconnects as far as like crashing. That was like an Xbox thing. I could play on PC for the recordings, but I already didn't do that.
Already not doing that. As long as you're not playing on your Xbox, like your original Xbox, we're fine.
Actually was able to record again with it.
I heard! Congratulations!
It
You
probably
ring.
It probably was just overheated because I don't have an air conditioner right now. And
you live on the surface of the sun.
And
it's weird.
It was literally 100 degrees outside when I tried to record.
She's got a fever of 103.
But yeah, as it turns out, I recorded later and it just worked. It was like 72 degrees.
As it do.
I mean, the Xbox is still faulty. It should not do that just because it's 100 degrees outside. And it was having problems even when
I don't know. I don't think anything should be working if it's 100 degrees outside. Let's be honest.
It was having problems even when I had an air conditioner in my house. So, like, I know it's faulty.
Dang it!
Did you crash again?
Yeah, I'm picking up grass as I go behind me. So like, I don't know what the heck this problem is.
Are you crashing yourself by having too much grass or something.
No, I'm picking it up as I'm going.
The funny thing is that happened at the exact moment that I busted a play.
I think it's just being goofy for me. I wouldn't worry too much about it. Continue on with your X-mening.
Canadian internet.
No, we haven't got to the movie set in Canada yet. There's just a brief scene in Canada here.
But yeah,
right?
they introduce Professor X to Hank. I think he's working with some government agency or government-sponsored contractor or something at first here to develop.
He's a researcher.
To develop Cerebro, the system that would allow Professor X to expand his psychic powers to locate other mutants for the purpose of recruitment. And he meets Hank, who at first just has big old gripper feet, but later tries to cure it, which actually backfires and turns him into a big old blue furry beast.
He gets that under control, though. Like, he gets the cure in place so that they don't have to spend all their budget on CGI fur later down the line.
Not until the second movie. I think it's like a temporary thing to hold it at bay. But he doesn't learn to control it until like the second. Anyway, so they build Cerebro, and Charles puts it on for the first time. Cerebro's like a little, not quite helmet.
It's like a propeller cap, but stupider.
It's almost like a. It's almost like the wireframe or whatever that goes inside of a baseball cap. Like, it doesn't really cover anything. It just kind of sits on your head like a tiara or something. And it's got a bunch of wires coming out of it. And it's in this room that's like a vault. And it's got like some kind of holographic screens all around the room in like a spheric shape.
So I honestly have a question because it's never really explained. Like, Cerebro is a biomechanical interface. In later movies, I've seen Cerebro, like, injected with a virus. Like, literally, we put a syringe in this machine and it starts destroying stuff. But is it also an AI? Ah!
No.
On me.
I don't even think it's biomechanical. Because, it's not really said what that is that gets injected into it. Like, even if it's just a mechanical thing, you can... Like, I work on helicopters. You can absolutely destroy a hydraulic system by putting engine oil in it.
Oh, do tell me more. I am taking notes.
I mean, systems are made to support certain fluids, and other fluids may be harmful in deteriorated ways.
My notes here now say, don't drink bleach.
But yeah, so Cerebro, it could have a biomechanical function to it. It might just be mechanical, but either way, the only thing Cerebro does is it enhances Professor Xavier's powers. It doesn't specify how, but the way the movie shows seems to be that it does increase the strength and range. It basically gives him range over the entire globe.
The way that I've seen his powers portrayed throughout the movies, and it seems to be consistent, is that he's basically just a antenna that is both sending and receiving, and he can artificially amplify what he's sending and receiving, or have what he's sending and receiving blocked with enough external, like, shielding.
You know, I wasn't sure where you were going with this at first when you said he was like an antenna, but, you know, it makes sense in the end.
Turns out, sometimes I can make sense.
Just Just not when you're Metal Gearing.
No, never. Never that. How much of a trip is it going to be when I finally sit down and have finished all the Metal Gears and then go, you know what? Now I'm going to play
VR missions? Oh.
No, I'm going to play Unmetal before I play Metal Gear. And then the VR missions. I'm going to do the parody game of Metal Gear. Not Metal Gear Solid, Metal Gear.
You better play Mary Gear Solid, too.
I have already played Mary Gear Solid.
On your channel?
Not on my channel, but I did play Mary Gear Solid, and it is probably... Like, thanks for spoiling what the Christmas video this year was probably going to be.
Well, you're the one that spoiled that.
Have you ever watched the do you know what Hey Ash What You Playing is? Or am I just talking to the wind here?
Never heard of it.
Never heard of Hey Ash What You Playing? Alright. Hey Ash What You Playing is a long-running like web series that was done by Ashley and Anthony Birch. You may know Ashley Birch as the famous voice actor, Anthony Birch as the writer for a lot of pop culture media. They started out doing this web series. And one of them was like a 'Twas the Night Before Christmas parody where they talk about and have a whole poem about how there aren't really very many Christmas video games. And the punchline for it is like, the best Christmas video game is actually Mary Gear Solid. You should just go play that. And that's where I first learned about it.
There are
even before the DC video.
There are a surprising number of Christmas games. Probably the only holiday that beats out Christmas in video game representation would be Halloween.
There's so many Halloween games.
But you know, I say that with an
Christmas game.
I say that with an asterisk. With the asterisk being that any horror game can be a Halloween game.
Exactly.
Christmas has to specifically be Christmas.
Well, or be Christmas adjacent. Like I played the snow map in Mario Party 3 as a Christmas video.
That's a map, not an entire game.
Yeah, but I mean, if I'm going to do a Christmas video that's 4 hours long, just do a 50 turn game of Mario Party 3 and call it a day.
I'm not
like,
saying
don't complicate things.
I'm not saying it's not legitimate. I mean, Brickroad did a Christmas video of Yoshi's Island with the justification that there was one level where he puts on a Santa hat.
He does put on a Santa hat, though. That's kind of important.
I think it was like a 5-hour video in one level. It was over in like 10 minutes. And that's the whole justification for that being the Christmas pick.
That's all you do. Anyways, Mary Gear Christmas, or Mary Gear Solid, coming in 6 months. Mark your calendars. Not even 6 months. Oh god, the year's so close to being over.
I already did the best Christmas idea I had. It's the Merry Mountain Adventure.
You're just going to have to find more Christmas games. There's so many of them, apparently.
There's a lot more than you would think.
If I thought that I could get away with putting the Saints Row Christmas game up on my channel, I would.
I have been toying with the idea of doing Christmas nights for years.
Yeah. You could Christmas nights it, but that's a pain.
Yeah, I have to beat the game first, and I've never finished nights. Or I could just play the Saturn version, but I found out that it's not that simple either, because it's actually a separate disc altogether, so I would have to buy it.
Hot take, Nights ain't that good.
That's why I haven't finished it.
Yeah.
Like, it's fine. It's fine. It's just a game to get in.
The guy who made Nights should probably go to jail.
He did.
Oh, good! Well, then.
He's in jail right now.
Welcome to me making an out-of-pocket comment knowing full well the answer.
But he went to jail for tax evasion.
Yeah, I know.
Like
multiple accounts. He was addicted to it. He just couldn't stop.
They Al Caponed him.
They sure did.
And that
should have been in for,
that can work
for all of the Sonic-related crimes, but you know what? We got him in the end.
That phrase that they Al Capone him can work just with the literal spelling or with the Mimi spelling.
There's a meme spelling of being Al Capone.
Yeah. CAPWNED.
All right, stream's over. Bye, guys. Sorry, I'm out.
You zoomer. But we are off in the weeds once again. You are easily distracted. Did you actually stop playing? This guy here. I don't know if I should continue.
No, I'm back. I had to get up and get a drink. I didn't catch Al Capone. I'm so mad at myself, and the only thing that is keeping my unbridled rage directed outwards is that you came up with that terrible pun before I did. How dare you?
You're like Evie in that regards. You hate puns unless you're the one that makes them.
No, I love a good pun. I'm mad at myself for not getting there first.
Yeah, that's why you hate it. Because, like, if it's a good one, then you're mad. Just someone else beat you to it.
I don't care about good puns or bad puns. I just want fast puns. Always be punning. ABP.
But that one, it actually came to me as I said it.
Yeah.
Like I wasn't thinking it when I said they Al Caponed him. But I was like, you know what? That works too.
I've been to the tunnels that Al Capone was running rum through. Like that's like a Canadian heritage site thing. It's pretty cool. Let's walk through the rum tunnels.
But anyway, Professor X. Yeah. Did you take all the food out of the oven?
I did. I told you I took all the food out of the oven. You said I cooked all this food.
Did you put it anywhere?
In my inventory.
Okay.
I put 2 of them in my tummy already, and I only have 1 left.
Guess I shall have to cook some more.
I'm a little boy, but I'm also very hungry. I'm a hungry little boy. All right. Professor X.
Yeah, so Professor X gets Cerebro built, and he starts trying to find more mutants to recruit to this team that he's building. And he does recruit a bunch of young mutants. He also comes across a little bit older, uncertain how old this mutant is. A kind of mountain man looking man at a bar. When he approaches him, he introduces himself as Charles Xavier and doesn't get much else out of his mouth before the guy tells him quickly to F off.
Are we going to blow our one available PG-13 swear for this stream on that?
No, because that one actually comes back in the very next movie. By which I mean Days of Future Past, which we'll be getting to much later. What do I want to cook? Gazpacho.
Yeah, we got a lot of fungus.
Not anymore. I need to go chop down some toadstools.
There's some fungus among us. Well, we now have been to the area where there's a bunch of toadstools, so you should be good to go there.
Yeah.
That's not so bad.
So anyway,
Well,
Professor X gets his team together. Meanwhile, we find out that the Nazi doctor is actually a mutant himself and has been doing evil Nazi things, recruiting a team of his own in the background. And
I don't remember that plot.
I don't remember
You're
what
right. That is the thing that happened.
I don't remember what his goal was, actually.
It was basically like the Third Reich will rise again. We are the Ubermenches, that sort of thing. You know,
Yeah.
just destabilize the superpowers.
Yeah, I think it was just general world domination, typical poorly written villain stuff.
No. That's a very good written. That's a very good written Nazi. They have very myopic viewpoints.
But this is kind of our side story that's going on while Charles is recruiting his team. Is that Eric is pursuing the Nazi doctor that ruined his life, and
Oh man, can we take a minute? Can we take a minute to just say Magneto did? Yeah, well, he didn't do nothing wrong, but everything he did was usually very justified.
in the prequel series, absolutely, he is very much a character that basically has the same goal as Charles, but it is the means that separates them on the side of quote unquote good and quote unquote evil.
You know what? Honestly, I don't know how much I believe that when it comes to some of the Jean Grey stuff. Charles likes to think himself
Yeah,
as altruistic.
yes, I was about to mention that actually. They are very interesting characters because on the surface, if you don't know much about X-Men, you would probably think the X-Men are the good guys. You know, Charles is their leader, so he's a good guy. Magneto's the leader of the bad guys. He's a bad guy. But in reality, they do actually have the same goal, which is for mutants to be able to live in peace and harmony. However, they have very opposing views on how to achieve that. Charles thinks you achieve it by integrating into human society. Meanwhile, Magneto thinks that humans are just inherently racist, which, I mean,
I don't even know if he thinks of them as inherently racist.
He
if you
thinks
go
it's
by
a-
the like 2000s movies is like he
Uh,
has a
you're getting ahead of
but
this
he
here.
has like a black and white view of like us versus them.
Yes,
There is a very us versus them mentality that he has.
he has an us versus them mentality because he does not believe that mutants and humans can ever coexist, and that is built on life experience rather than philosophical musings like Charles's approach.
But you know what? You know what? For all the philosophical musings, I'm a sucker for the world's most basest metaphor, and it is let's have our two characters be really into chess. You know what? You sold me. You know what? Great. I love it. If you sit two characters down in front of each other and have them play a chess game, I am immediately invested in whatever nonsense they're talking about. Don't ever watch me play chess against someone else. That would be a horrendous experience.
But so yeah, you might think that just on the surface Charles is good and Magneto is bad, but actually, you will see that since they share the same goal, it's not that simple.
Would you say that there are
Shades of gray?
Yeah, you saw that one coming.
I mean, it was on the tip of my tongue before you interrupted.
Anyways, go on.
But but yeah, throughout the series, we see this more with Eric than we do with Charles. But both characters do get a fair share of time blending their morals into the other side. We see this a lot with Eric because really, and especially so in the prequel series, his anger is like always immediately justified. Throughout the series, we see him attempt
super justified.
We see him attempt to do things Charles' way, like, what is it, 3 or 4 times, and each time his life gets completely uprooted?
We're gonna talk about the endless parade of dead relations in these movies. To the point where it starts to, like, strain credulity of character traits.
I mean, one thing they make very clear is that Magneto's anger and hatred of humans, it's not racism, it's lived experience.
Yeah. Rule number 1, you are a Holocaust survivor.
Yeah.
Rule number 2, Magneto is never allowed to have a happy connection with another human being.
But then on the flip side with Charles, we do see him, he does actually think himself altruistic. It's not just a case of he does the right things. He thinks himself altruistic, and he tends to get a big head for it. And we see that a lot with Jean Grey.
I would actually argue that it's less that he thinks of himself as altruistic, is that he thinks of himself...
No, he absolutely thinks he knows best.
That's what it is. That's not altruism, though. It's that he knows better than everyone else. He has an inflated sense of self-importance. An aggrandized ego, if you will. Well, I could never possibly do any wrong because what I am doing is for the greater good, and I know what's best for everyone else. That's Charles's short-sightedness.
Yes. He has an ego.
Yeah. It's almost like they represent the ego and the id and the superego in very base ways in these comics that are really interesting metaphors if you want to start getting... what's the word that you like to use? Flowery language about it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
If you're wanting to overanalyze these things, as I always want to do, I want to overanalyze everything. Everything's a metaphor, Blau. I want to treat it as such.
You are so butthurt.
Have you ever known me to be anything but butthurt?
Does it ever get exhausting? Does it ever get exhausting being butthurt 24/7?
It's what feeds me. I live off of the butthurt and the spite. Just eat it up. Just nom 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 nom. I hope you know that it is well-meaning teasing. Like I'm not trying to be.
I do.
Okay, all right.
Although, like, it does genuinely get under my skin, but not in a way that, like, I'm ever going to hold against you. Just one of those. And every time with this guy.
Let me also put it this way: is I am 100% like. I know that I am being insufferable about this and taking the most ingracious of stances. So like,
context for the audience here. Every time he says something about flowery language or is it explicitly stated or something about metaphors, it all goes back to an argument we had about Tunic.
And you know what? This is a fundamental part
like
of me
2 weeks ago.
I don't view what we discussed as an argument. I would have put that as a discussion. I like that. That's the kind of like fun stuff I like talking about in media. That's what we're doing right now with the X-Men. Like I love this sort of stuff. I wouldn't have called that an argument. I don't like. I
call it an argument because we had opposing viewpoints and we're both trying to convince the other of our point.
Fair enough. For me, argument, I always have like a negative
connotation. This,
like,
would you prefer I say debate?
Yeah, I guess.
Honestly,
we had a debate about our stances on the lore implications of Tunic.
Honestly,
and we have very different ideas.
After the other night, is debate really even much better?
Let's not, I'm not even going there. We don't need to talk about dinosaurs tonight.
You got that right.
May one day the dinosaurs be extinct and a better world be ushered in. Tonight is not that night. Can we break this?
But anyway, I would call this a discussion because we're not really opposed to anything we're saying. We're just talking about it.
Yeah, you wait until we get to Logan. You wait until we get to New Mutants.
Yeah, we will definitely have. I don't know about New Mutants. for opposing viewpoints, but for sure on Logan. Although I think we will still find a lot to agree about on both of those.
I think we agree about all of the subject matter, and the only thing we disagree about is how
whether to like it or not.
Yeah.
Probably.
At this rate, that's going to be 14 hours from now, though.
I know, right? This might have to be a two-parter at this rate.
I'm fine. I'm down.
Like, this is the one that...
Go.
This movie is the one that I remember the worst, and you remember the worst, and we're still talking about it an hour and a half in.
Oh, we get sidetracked.
Yes, we do. I wonder whose fault that is.
Always mine.
But anyway, so while Charles is building his team, there's a subplot with Eric going after the Nazi doctor who ruined his life. And ultimately, this is how they wind up meeting up, because the doctor, I think he made a public threat against some U.S. military forces or something. So Charles' team is sent in to intercept and prevent the attack, while Eric, they just happen to see Eric chasing after the doctor's submarine, and Charles is impressed by the fact that this one mutant is, like, holding the submarine still. And that's kind of how they meet up, and, you know, Eric is real abrasive to the idea of joining a team, insists that it's his problem, wants to do it himself, but does, in the end, kind of reluctantly agree to join forces. And this is kind of where we get some, more interpersonal plots in between. Because really the next major plot point from here is the big showdown at the end. So we get, like, a lot of...
Well, you get a little bit of the team building back at base. Yeah. You get to see, like, the mutants starting to, like, feel out their powers and not feel like outcasts, but more as, like, working as a team, and we can actually do some good here. Yeah,
and the major interpersonal relationships you see are that between Raven, also known as Mystique. I feel it's important when talking about X-Men that if we know their real name, we should specify, because I can absolutely see myself going back and forth saying Magneto and Eric, Professor X and Charles.
So you're not gonna like the fact that in all of my notes I refer to people as Frozone and Gazer Beam, right? Like, we're gonna have a problem with that. Because I'm taking the Wade stance on this one of, I don't care what your name is, you're getting a nickname.
Well, Wade's stance is that he usually calls them by the actor's name.
Well, that too. But yeah, no, I've got notes in here about Frozone, Gazer Beam. I think we have Sparky Boom Man at one point. Don't even worry about it. My notes get a little bit all over the place.
What have you done with your life?
Lived it to the fullest and richest extent possible.
Anyway, like, the major interpersonal relationship building going on is between Mystique and Magneto, and Mystique and Beast. Wherein we have...
that's a weird love...
It's a love triangle there. It's a triangle.
Well, but there's also, like, some baggage with Charles, too.
That's not really a love thing. That's very much a sibling relationship.
It is very much a sibling relationship, but, like, there is the I love you and care about you versus the... Is there some like... The sparks flying here? What's going on?
But the thing with the love triangle between Mystique, Magneto, and Beast is that Magneto and Beast definitely both have a romantic interest in Mystique. And kind of the central point of contention here is that Beast sees his mutant shape as a huge social inconvenience and seeks a cure to being a mutant. Whereas Magneto, on the other hand, sees nothing to be ashamed of with being a mutant. And
being a mutant is a metaphor for social issue of the time. Instance number 1.
And yeah, so I mean, like any minority in the real world, he sees being a mutant as something worth being proud of.
Yes.
You know, embrace who you are.
The thing that sets you apart makes you special. Please emphasize that as opposed to trying to fit in.
Yeah, don't hide yourself for the benefit of others. And that's kind of a central point of contention. And, like, spoilers, ultimately, Hank is the one that ends up on the losing side of that argument.
Well, for now.
But, yeah, in that pursuit, she first starts to get sweet with Hank, which leads to Hank trying to develop a cure, and, you know, he found it, and he has two serums of it, one for him and one for Mystique. And he tries to get her to take it, but she is hesitant and needs time to think about it. And she ends up talking to Magneto, who pretty well convinces her that she's perfect the way she is. Insert meme template here.
It's a good meme template, and also it doesn't help that Mystique is very attractive. In all instances, Mystique is easy on the eyes.
There's nothing wrong with blue boobies.
I was gonna say, if you're into the whole Smurf thing, like, I ain't gonna complain. I do have a question though. Do you think Mystique's hair like naturally secretes extra oils to get it just constantly slicked back like that? Cause like that hair is just greased straight down. Like the tips are flared.
It would have to.
It's a choice.
It would have to.
Actually, what am I doing here?
Anyway, while Mystique's off talking to Magneto about mutant pride, Hank makes a decision and goes ahead and injects himself with the serum.
As you do.
And the next time Mystique sees Hank, he is not just his feet looking beastly, his whole self is large, elongated, and just covered in fur, blue fur from head to toe. He has very much become the beast.
Where they are large, elongated, and covered in fur. All right, it happens to every young man eventually.
Look, we're not talking about your middle school years.
Are we not?
No, we're talking about your adulthood.
I thought we were talking about back in the year 2000.
Your adolescence? Did you have precocious puberty?
I'm not familiar with precocious puberty. That is not a term I've ever heard before.
Well, you would hear it if you were more with talks about gender affirming care.
Nope. Not familiar. Not familiar.
Little bit of a hot button issue right now. Because precocious puberty is basically early onset of puberty, which can be quite dangerous. Which is why puberty blockers were created to begin with. Well, no, precocious puberty can cause you to be like 10 feet tall and die in your 20s.
Yeah.
Because as it turns out, being abnormally tall is actually a detriment to your health.
Well, it's the square cube law, right? Like it's a bad scene all around. Turns out there's an optimal there's an optimal range for which you should fall inside, and there's a reason that we have a bell curve for humanity.
Why any giant you hear about, like in WWE, always dies young. Like Andre the Giant. Is the Big Show still alive? He's a pretty big guy, so he's probably gonna die young too.
We were just talking about Lou Ferrigno and Andre the Giant. We haven't talked about Andre the Giant yet. We'll get there. Don't you worry, we'll get there. Back to sneezing.
But anyway, yeah, so Mystique finds Hank, and he's fully become a beast. And she is kind of horrified that he made that decision. He just accepted to be a mutant. And I don't really remember how that goes from there. I think maybe that was kind of the end of it. Like, they leave that scene on a bad note. And
The metaphor here is at least not as muddied as it gets later.
And then I think she has some like thinking to do, and winds up basically hashing it out with Hank right before they go on their big mission to stop the Nazi doctor.
You could say that it kind of leaves Hank feeling pretty blue.
Could you?
You could say that.
But would I?
Yes, you would. We've been over this.
I know.
But no, at least in
why
this...
why would he be feeling blue? I don't get it.
Well, you see now there's this term, blue balls. I don't know if you've heard of it. I won't go into too much detail here on your YouTube channel, just for PG-13's sake.
So anyway, they Hank ends up getting tasked to build a jet fighter or whatever, which becomes like the X-Jet or whatever. I don't know. It never gets
Quinjet?
It never gets named in the movies, I don't think. I'm sure it has a name in the comics, but it's like...
Is the fact that they fly a plane something important?
Not really.
It
is... Okay, it is kind of important in First Class, because it's a very, very futuristic tech for the time, because it's in, like, what, 70s?
You should see what the Aero Ace was up to. Avro Ace? Sorry, I'm terrible Canadian.
Look, that jet is futuristic tech even for today's standards.
One thing I just want to mention that I really like that is completely subtle and uncommented on character trait is Mystique really likes being a pilot. Like, she is just any chance she can get flying a plane or a helicopter. Every movie, if you want someone in a plane or a helicopter, it's Mystique. That is her job. She loves it.
Until she's not around, and then I guess Hank has to go.
But, like, seriously, like, think of the amount of times that she is in a plane or flying a helicopter in the original trilogy, and then even the multitude of times in this prequel trilogy. Quadrilogy. Quadrigy? The Tetraforce.
The toenails, but we haven't actually collected them before, so
No resource scanning. That's fine.
we
can have a stockpile of them.
I didn't feel bad about going ahead and getting it because like, we've seen them, we've already been told about them. It's just didn't. We ended the episode on me getting the hammer, basically.
Oh, do you have the new upgraded hammer?
I do.
Oh, I don't think I got one of those yet. I should probably get on that.
I think we needed more beetle parts.
Yeah, that was my problem. But I'm already not fixing that. I'm out here just chopping down a forest. Oh, that's full. That's why.
Oh yeah, I need bust rocks.
Dang it. But yes, they all fly off in the Quinjet to go and deal with the situation out in Cuba.
Yeah, but before they do that, they suit up in their uniforms, which are yellow
What,
spandex.
do you think we'd all dress up in black leotards?
It would have been great if they had made a comment like that. Missed opportunity.
I keep
think.
telling you I should be a screenwriter, but they won't let me. They don't want to hear my great ideas.
But yeah, we already discussed that at length. So yeah, let's just move on to the confrontation in Cuba, where
El Cubarino, if you will.
actually, you know what? I missed a very important detail here. The night before they suit up to go confront the bad guy in Cuba, they actually get attacked at the base. The younger mutants are the only ones there. Charles and Eric are off doing Charles and Eric things. And the bad guy attacks the base. The younger mutants get their butts handed to them. And the whole situation ends with the bad guys leaving after convincing about half of them to join them.
We also skipped over the incredible scene where we have McAvoy and Fassbender like in each other's faces, like use your powers harder, and then the giant water tower being moved, which is an incredible scene.
That's a training montage.
It was part of the training montage, but boy, did that get my juices flowing. That is just how you do great, like, shows of strength, and also character will development.
Yeah, that does bring up something I did neglect to mention, which is that Charles basically bargained with Eric to get him to join them, which was that I'll teach you how to control your powers and have more effective use of your powers.
Yeah, it's what one might call a Faustian bargain. Not that Faust would ever play much of a relevance in X-Men.
I hate these bees. They are not the bee's knees.
They're coarse and rough and get everywhere.
They're obnoxious and aggressive.
What you doing around bees?
I'm going to the grill.
Have you considered being somewhere else?
I want to be at the grill.
No, I thought you didn't want to be at the grill. That would be pretty bad. I got a whole bunch of crap on my inventory.
So yeah, we have the big confrontation on a beach off of shore Cuba.
I like the historical like foresight of, oh, it was the Cuban Missile Crisis. I see what we're doing here.
Yeah, that was like the whole plot point here was what was it? I hope I'm not mixing up the movies here. Was this the one where they had like all the boats where they were trying to like mind control the one side into launching missiles?
Potentially, this is the one where they were trying to mind control one side into launching missiles. I know that in Apocalypse we do get all of the missiles mind controlled out into the stratosphere.
No, it wasn't that one. For sure.
Yeah, then this is the only one where there's mind controlled missile launch.
Yeah, I think it was the bad guy doing the mind controlling. And that's kind of the whole thing. Like, Charles couldn't reach the bad guy because he had a special helmet.
Yeah. I had to ask, not a girl face, who is more of a nerd connoisseur than I am, to explain to me what was technically stronger, adamantium or vibranium. And after an extensive 20-minute research session on their part, they came back with inconclusive. They went on some wiki deep dives and could not answer that for me.
What was the question?
What is stronger, adamantium or vibranium?
This heat is unbearable.
Well, they do explicitly state that vibranium is the strongest metal known to man. They don't say that about adamantium.
No, but adamantium is what makes, Wolverine indestructible.
Right, but also, like, he's not.
Well, very clearly not. But, we don't even have... Hey, it's a Lord Enigma in chat. Nice to have you. Glad to see you around.
Hey there, Lord Enigma.
But anyway, we're on to the... Because they can't read his mind because of...
A special helmet.
Made of adamantium.
Did they say it was made of adamantium? I don't remember.
I'm pretty sure...
I don't remember them saying it was made of anything in particular.
I'm pretty sure that's why...
After, normal size again.
I'm pretty sure that Magneto's helmet is made of adamantium. I might be insane.
I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I don't remember. Do not remember if it was ever specified. But yeah, they end up.
I tend to talk out of my arse.
They end up fighting, and I think all the turncoats end up losing their life in the fight.
A lot of the heroes do too. I think it's just Hank and Mystique who are the survivors, right?
Oh, Charles and Eric survived as well.
Wait,
yeah.
is the bad guy in this movie? I'm just now remembering. Is that Kevin Bacon?
I think it is, yeah.
I just am now remembering Kevin Bacon absolutely getting squished. Like a grape. Yeah, it is. Man, I should rewatch First Class. First Class is such a good movie. It's such a great intro to X-Men.
But yeah, the way it ends up ending is with, Magneto's the only one that can go after the bad guy. Because of his control over metal. So he does, and after besting the bad guy...
is such a hard counter to so much stuff. It's kind of ridiculous.
And then he takes the helmet for himself. And he uses it to shield himself from Charles. And
I also like that they're subtly setting up Magneto's paranoia about Charles. Because, old Chuck can just get in your brain and tell you to do things. And that's kind of scary for someone who has, I don't ever want to be controlled by any authority ever again. Reasonably so.
Well, as we immediately find out, it wasn't just paranoia that caused him to put the helmet on. Because he immediately tried to turn against the humans and finish what the bad guy started, just for different reasons.
Well, exactly. He also has good reason for that, though.
But Charles stops him, and the standoff comes to a close when a stray bullet gets launched into Charles's lower back. pain I can very much relate to. Which does, of course, end up leaving Charles paralyzed from the waist down. And that's the movie.
And that's the movie. They did it. And they never made another X-Men movie again.
That only took us 2 hours.
What is that longer than the runtime of the movie or not? Like I listen to a lot of movie recap podcasts. I feel like
I think
on average they are as long as the movie.
That was pretty close to the length of the movie.
Well, that bodes well. The movies definitely don't get longer than 2 hours, right?
Not
Right.
not terribly so.
Oh yeah, they do.
I think the longest.
Wow.
I think the longest one was like 2 hours and 40 minutes.
That's a long time.
Down.
I mean,
Look down.
yeah, that is a long time, but like, I've seen worse.
Brevity is the something of wit.
I watched
Sorry.
Titanic. That was 2 VHSs. You know
What
VHSs?
about the is it Kevin Costner's Robin Hood?
Never seen it.
It's got Alan Rickman in it. It's fantastic.
Snape.
No, the guy from Die Hard,
I thought
Hans
that.
Gruber.
Alan Rickman was Snape. I can't.
No, Alan Rickman is Hans Gruber from Die Hard.
Are you messing with me? Because I honestly don't know.
The answer is both, Blau. The answer is both. Both is good. What's the next movie? Or do you have any like final thoughts about First Class that you want to get out there?
I thought it was an excellent movie. It had a good plot, good pacing, great character development, and inter-character
I would say that
banter.
Probably what Bob
It was a First Class movie, in fact.
Indeed. I enjoyed it quite a bit. It made me very much look forward to seeing more with this cast of characters.
Well, the remaining characters, anyways. Those who survived.
Well, yeah, I mean, the main.
I also, you know what? I'll be honest. I kind of like X-Men as period piece. Like, I think that works really well. I think seeing
Well, that's kind of what it was in its. It's kind of what it was in its inception as a comic.
Yeah. Well, wasn't the comic more contemporary?
I mean, as Wade points out, first of many. What was the line he said in Deadpool 2? The first of many references to like social injustice or something. I don't remember.
Well, exactly. I mean, X-Men has always been a metaphor, and this one is just barely starting on the mutations as metaphor. But it doesn't really lean into it, and it doesn't end up with the messy messaging that comes in later movies about that. Here you don't really have, as I'm going to refer to them moving down the line, nukes on legs. Because X-Men tends to have a real problem with the main conflict being nukes on legs.
I put a pin in that one
Yeah.
because I have thoughts about that. But yeah, since you mentioned period pieces, how many periods would you like to have in one movie? Maybe one that starts in like the 1700s and like you see, you know, Civil War and World War One, World War Two, and
Ideally one a month is where I was super confused at first when you were asking. I was very off. Go off, Blau.
I don't want to have any periods.
Well, yes, ideally none. But as you were saying, yeah, are we jumping into Days of Future Past? Is that where you're headed next?
No, because the next one that we're going to talk about in the timeline is X-Men Origins Wolverine.
hey, I really liked this movie for like the 40% of it that was cool.
You mean like the first 10 minutes or whatever?
There's some stuff later on. So go figure. I haven't watched anything X-Men at all. I have always had an affinity for Gambit. I don't know why. You know what I think it is? I think it's Setzer. I think Setzer makes me like Gambit more than I should.
Fair enough.
Who did they get to play young? Like, I'm jumping all over in this one. X-Men Origins Wolverine. Who did they get to play young Stryker? Also did a fantastic job at playing like young Brian Cox. Like, you could just get Brian Cox back to play Stryker. Like, Brian Cox came out the womb like grizzled, talking about CIA Black Ops projects, looking 65 and sweating like day-old salami. But I would have not minded him being quote-unquote not young in this movie. But they recast him to be a younger actor. And the guy does fine. He's a fine stand-in. A lot better than the prequel movies. Like the prequel movies that they get to play whoever they have for Stryker. I don't buy him as young Cox.
I think he was only in 2 of them, right?
He's only in 2 of them, but I just super don't buy him.
And he's kind of a bit part in one of them, right?
I'm just saying, Brian Cox is a really recognizable actor. And he has a lot of, like, character acting to him. But, like, okay. Regardless, I did not realize that X-Men Origins Wolverine was like a prequel movie. It starts out in ye olden times in Canada, and
no, it's not Canada.
Is that not? Do they not start out in Canada?
No.
Are you sure?
Well, it's not explicitly stated. It's only through flowery language. But,
well, I thought that Wolverine's Canadian, right? Like, that's the whole point.
Well, he ends up going... We're getting ahead of ourselves here. I believe it starts in England. Or maybe somewhere in New England.
I read that as just a settlement in Canada.
It looks like... I mean, it could be. I don't think it was ever explicitly stated. But it's definitely... It definitely starts in, like, a colonial... Like, an English colonial area.
Yes. Which would be time period appropriate for literally anywhere in North America at that time.
Any of the places that we named.
Yeah.
Except probably not Canada, because wouldn't that have been French colonial?
Nope. We had British and French both at the same time. That was kind of the whole contention.
Okay. I don't know anything about Canadian history.
Basically, we let the French still speak French, but that's how we were able to side them over to joining the British colonies for survival. If I had to guess, honestly, I would have put that out in like either Northern Ontario or honestly, it could be BC. If we're being honest by the way the forest was. But that's pure speculation.
I killed an infected larva and its body disappeared.
Just up and left. Either way, I was not expecting it to be ye olde. I was not ready for the amount of just like immediate off the bat melodrama with the like family nonsense. And some people might take issue with the fact that we have 2 brothers fighting side by side, but one of them is bad and one of them is good. I don't care.
A lot of people actually take issue with that, but not for the reason that you said. So it starts in a English colonial settlement of unspecified location. And I think it did specify the actual date. I just can't remember it. I want to say it was like 1700 sometime.
Yeah. If it was not set in late 1700s, it was early 1800s. Because I know for a fact they hadn't had the War of 1812 yet. That is part of the montage.
Okay. Yeah. It starts with father putting young James to bed.
Young Jimbo, Jameson.
What's his name? Howlett? James Howlett?
Sure, bud. Your guess is as good as mine, Blau.
That's the name that he used in Logan, right? I just remember. I remember because I was thinking that was his original name.
Sure. I couldn't tell you. That is not.
I'm gonna go with James Howlett.
You do that.
It's not relevant for long. Anyway, James Howlett's being put to bed by his father. He's probably like a 6-year-old kid or something at this point.
He's dying of the plague.
Before he is disturbed by a commotion downstairs. I can't remember if it was a gunshot or like glass breaking or something. Causes him to rush to investigate.
I want to say it was just yelling like, "Your mother's a harlot!"
But, he gets down there and finds his dad has been killed by this other man who's now trying to force himself on his mother.
There's a fight that ensues between all three parties that escalates, and it's not so much a cut and dry, like, he was here to do a murder. The murder was definitely an accident of escalation.
I mean, he was definitely there with violent intention.
Yes. I don't think it was necessarily lethal intention.
But, in any case, there is another kid there, a little bit older, who is shown to be his brother in the movie. Which,
I think that's a good setup.
well, there's a problem with it.
What's the problem?
The problem is that in the comics, his brother was not actually his brother. It was a character that was like a brother to him. It was actually the son of the man that did a murder.
Yeah, I don't give any kind of credence to that. You know what? Making it a
Don't
brother,
give any credence.
I don't give any credence.
See what I did there?
I do see what you did there. But like I really don't care because like setting it up as actual like family drama like this, like you are my brother, you are blood of my blood, we are like physically the same, I think is such an interesting dynamic to have for this movie. And I think I've cracked.
I mean, I don't personally care either because I knew nothing about X-Men going into this. But
I think it's good story writing.
I think it's bad story writing considering how the movie ends, where it's a point that literally does not matter and does not come up again.
Okay, let me rephrase that. I think it's good story writing in theory if this was a good movie. I think that the movie,
I could have,
for all of its flaws, every time it starts a story really strong. And then it loses its way to ending that story.
Yeah, so I could have accepted this as like the cinematic universe kind of taking a liberty and running with it, because I mean all of these adaptations do that, and that's fine as long as they're consistent with it. But it is something that was really only in this movie, didn't really need to be in this movie. And by the end of the movie, absolutely does not matter and never gets brought up again. But I'm getting ahead of myself. So his brother, whose name is Victor Creed. I don't know if they ever said what his name was at the time, because Creed is not the surname of either the man that did a murder or obviously the Howlet. But he eggs.
Oh, I get it. Howlet, a tiny howl, like the noise a baby Wolverine would make. Ah, yes.
But Victor eggs on young James to do something, because when he sees his father murdered, the anger takes over and his latent mutant powers come forth and some bony claws extend forth out of his fists. And he ends up doing a murder on the murderer.
Doing one big ol' murder.
But not before his mom gets killed too.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, moms are marked for death in all media. We know this.
But after that, Victor and James, who ends up changing his name to Logan at some unspecified point, go on the run. And they make a vow to always have each other's back. And
then they have a really cool montage.
Yeah.
They have a great montage.
Before we get to the montage, though, the vow is actually really important. Because it's kind
What's
of...
the vow?
It's like the basis for the entire conflict in the movie. Like, they vow to always have each other's back, and not separate, and only do something that they both agree to. I don't remember the exact vow, but that was the gist of it.
Wherever you go, I go too.
Yeah, basically like, undying loyalty, inseparable kind of vow. And then they have a cool montage.
It's just us. And then they have a cool montage, and they warp through like 14 different wars. Because these brothers just always want to be fighting in wars. They got nothing better to do. They are immortals, and...
Yeah, as it turns out, neither of them age. I don't know why Victor Creed doesn't age. I think he might have the same type of healing that Logan has.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. Logan definitely doesn't age because of his healing ability.
Well, it doesn't age past a certain point. Like, I mean, we're still working with a young Hugh Jackman here.
Yeah.
But, I was going into this as Wolverine Origins, knowing nothing about what this movie was, other than people didn't particularly like it, and going, oh, we're going even farther back than First Class. We're going to have, like, a period piece drama war movie with these two immortal brothers, and they're going to end up on different sides of the conflict for different ideological reasons, and this is going to be great. I'm down for a period piece war movie. This is so cool to have with superheroes. No, it's not that. It's just a flash forward montage. We are immediately back to present day.
Well,
stop having interesting ideas.
Not present day. It does pick up at the Vietnam War.
Well, yeah, sure, all right. There is a inciting incident before present day.
So
where the falling out happens.
There's a montage, and I think it does show them in a holding cell in Vietnam, right? And basically, they wanted.
They end up getting firing squatted and living.
Yes, so they put them in a holding cell, and I think like that was all part of a plan or something to wipe them out from the inside.
No, what it was they were in the Vietnam War, and Sabretooth. Is that who it is? It's Sabretooth?
Yes, Victor Creed is Sabretooth. Victor
Creed just goes like murder happy. Like he goes nuts. He's going too far. He's disobeying his officers' orders. Not just wiping out the civilians, but anytime like someone's like, "Yo, how about you knock that off?" He mows them down as well.
I think he also
and then that gets them put into firing squad to holding cell.
I think he also engages in some R word.
Not explicitly on screen, but
I think it's implied.
Yes.
And of course, Logan does not. He's disgusted by it.
Yes. It's like, hey, bro, seriously, knock it off. I know that you can't die, and this is the only way that you're able to feel something. Like, to feel alive is to feel others' death, but like, let's back that one off a little
He
bit.
should have been more sensible about trying to feel alive and just ask Logan to hurt him, and then hurt him more. Make him feel alive.
Then we're gonna start getting into some self-harm stuff, and we're gonna save that for New Mutants.
Did you miss the reference I was making?
Yes, actually, completely.
It's referencing the Cyber Ninja Metal Gear Solid 1. He's like, hurt me more.
Oh
Snake."
man, you know what? Block that entirely out of my head. You should have just said Zanzibar. Then I would have got there.
Zanzibar.
That cyborg ninja's name is Zanzibar, as far as I'm concerned.
Great Fox.
That's what I said, Zanzibar.
But anyway, so after this scene, they bust out of prison and some exchange, not super important. A little bit later,
They don't bust out of prison. They are recruited by not Brian Cox, young baby Brian Cox, because he has his own special mission that their unique set of talents could be put to use for. He's got a task force, in fact.
That's what it was. Thank you for keeping me on track.
I have notes now. I'm reading all my notes.
Yeah, so they get recruited into this special task force.
Do you know who's in this task force?
There are, 4 other mercenaries? There's Victor Creed, there's Logan, there's a young mercenary with quite the mouth on him, who's very good with swords, named Wade Wilson.
Yeah, there's a Wade in here. And then there's also...
that one guy, and...
he punches a tank.
That other guy,
Yeah.
and... that one other guy, too.
He can warp. There's a guy who can punch a tank, and there's a guy who can warp. If there were other people, I don't know them.
I think one guy was good with electricity.
Sure, but I believe...
But the point is, this special task force is entirely made up of mutants.
Yes. And it looks like they're on their way to go take out a dictator despot.
Yep. But
For totally altruistic reasons, right?
but to find this, it's because the despot has an artifact of great importance to the United States.
We don't realize that's what Colonel Stryker's there
to
get until afterwards.
Look, I'm gonna put my headset. Hold on.
I'm holding.
But no, the very next scene, we see them in a small village somewhere in the jungle, and he's demanding this man who cannot understand him tell him about this artifact, and says that it's important.
Nope, you've got that backwards. They invade the despot's office, and we have the Wade Wilson in an elevator scene.
No, they're getting ahead.
No, they get the despot at gunpoint, and then the despot tells them to go to this village where he found them, and that's where we have Wolverine's breakup with the group. Wolverine's all for taking down the despot. He is not for invading the village.
I thought they told him that the despot had the artifact, but you know what? Makes sense. I'm not gonna argue. Also, I've lost where I am. Lost sight of the plot and sight of myself.
Well, I'll catch you up. We have a cool mutants doing wartime activities to do a attack the block style, raid redemption style, apartment complex attack. Everyone is just like, Wade Wilson, you with the swords, I'm gonna need you to shut up. And then he does really cool stuff where he rocks out to a techno song and does a katana blender action.
Yeah, and he destroys all the bullets coming at him, slices them in half and stuff, and just very awesome scene.
I don't know what his mutant power is other than spin sword fast.
You know what? I don't know if he's actually a mutant at this point.
Yep. You know what? I'm just gonna put that out there. I don't know. I just don't know. Anyways, he blends, he dices, he slices, he makes julienne fries, and then they get the warlord despot. It turns out that they weren't actually there to like overthrow this guy. Stryker just wanted to get this fancy rock, this paperweight on his desk, and the guy's like, "Why do you want that? It's just a paperweight." And he's like, "No. Give me the actual information." He goes, "Okay, look, I found it. It's at this village. Just go out there and get it from the villagers. They don't want to have anything to do with me anymore." Then they go to the village, start questioning people, and things start getting
Heated.
crossed a moral boundary for Logan, and he's like, "I don't want to have anything to do with you, Stryker. I'm going to abandon my brother and forge my own path." And he's done with the killing. He's not going to be a weapon of war. He is no longer a murderous instrument.
I think you are simplifying that scene a little bit much.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Because Wade is serving as a translator.
Right.
Because Stryker doesn't understand him. Nobody understands him except Wade, apparently.
Well, Wade did take 8th grade Spanish. Don't forget.
But it's unclear how well Wade actually understands him. Because there's
¿Dónde está la biblioteca?
There's definitely a breakdown in the communication.
Yes.
And that infuriates Stryker, who thinks they're withholding information.
Aphid on the move.
And orders his men to start killing him. Starting with the guy that he thinks is... I think it was starting with the guy they were talking to. The leader or whatever.
Victor Creed definitely is all for this plan. Logan, less so.
Yeah. Logan has a moral objection to it. And he says, "Screw this, I'm out." And offers Victor the chance to come with him. Victor tries to convince him to stay. And ultimately, this is where they wind up parting ways.
Screw you guys, I'm going to Canada.
Yep. So, Logan goes to Canada. And, not sure how it works out, but, eventually he gets found. But we're skipping ahead a little bit, because first, our next scene is at a carnival. Where one of the guys is, and I didn't even recognize him as part of the task force, to be honest. But this is a guy that's good with electricity.
That's Pippin, isn't it?
I have no idea. All I know is he's the guy that dies first.
No. That's one of the hobbits from Lord of the Rings. He was also in Lost, I want to say. I haven't watched Lost.
I haven't either.
But Chalice has, and she's constantly on me to watch Lost.
But, getting off into the weeds.
I like his little, like, carny, like, rip-off game that he's playing where he's, like, turned the light bulb off. That's really cute. That's good, practical mutant interactions. Because, of course, mutants would naturally be attracted to being a carny. And, of course, they'd be kind of bored with this, you know? Like, this is mundane to them. I don't know. I really like this scene and this character's, like, setup and payoff. And also a little bit of, like, showing you, like, yeah, we're really not treating our war veterans all that great. Social commentary for mutants, number 2, Mark.
But yeah, while he's back in his trailer, trying to relax, here's a knock at the door. And he's surprised to find out that it's Victor Creed at the door. And expresses his surprise, saying, "I always figured it'd be Wade." Seems like he knew what was coming to him.
Yeah. Looks like the task force is hunting down its own to take it out.
Yeah, and we can skip large chunks of this plot here because basically what happens next is we cut to Logan after the electric guy gets killed by Victor Creed. And Logan's in Canada as a lumberjack. He's got a hot girlfriend.
Yes, Logan has womanly relationships, which means that this woman is marked for death because we know the future single status of Logan.
And yeah, so he goes to his job, and who should show up but Stryker?
I need we're skipping parts, but I have, if we're gonna get into the nitty gritty, we're gonna get into the nitty gritty. What the heck are loggers doing? Also doing the milling. You are seeing these guys are going out to the forest and chopping down these logs. There is no reason that they're taking it back to camp and processing that into split lumber. That's in the movie. That is not how this company would be run, especially in Canada at this time.
This sounds like a uniquely Canadian complaint because I don't know anything about lumberjack.
I live in a logging town, all right? We had like a literal pulp mill that was open here for the last 20 years.
Yeah, I don't know
anything the pulp mill closed down about 20 years ago.
I don't know anything about milling or lumberjacking, so nothing seemed amiss to me. I also don't know anything about Canadians.
Well, it would really help if you actually knew a Canadian.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a tough one.
It's really hard to find on this short notice, you know?
Yeah. But, yeah, he's at his job. I don't even think he really gets started working before Stryker shows up.
Nope, he runs off. He does a little bit of lumberjacking. We see a day in the life of Logan. We also then end up seeing him back at his cabin with his woman, whose name escapes me. And I don't know how I feel about the Native American representation in this. It feels a little perfunctory. It feels a little bit just there to be exotic more than anything else.
Where's Native American representation?
Yeah. Don't forget his girlfriend tells him the myth of her people of the
Oh, well, yeah. Look, I already told you I was trying to forget like everything about this movie.
Now, anyways, the other thing that I want to point out is that there is some absolutely horrendous rear projection driving. Like when they are in the car together, it looks terrible. I've seen better, more convincing I'm in a car and we're driving down the road in movies from the 60s. All right? Carry on. That was all of my notes.
Wow, all of your notes was like an unimportant tangent about veganisms.
I had rear projection driving and the importance of proper representation.
And you wonder why you're our indeterminately favorite Canadian.
No, I know why I'm your indeterminately favorite Canadian. It's because my better half is not a girl face. She's not here touching grass. You're stuck with me. There, I finally found some water. To get us back on track is Stryker ends up at Logan's job site, and there was one other important thing that happens. Is as Logan and his girlfriend are driving, there are some jerks on the road who want to pick a fight with Logan, and Logan is getting hot-tempered, and then all of a sudden his girlfriend intervenes and is like, no, hun, let's not get them. And she kind of stands between the two of them, puts hands out on either side and holds them apart and like, stop it, idiots. No one's getting in a fight today. And that's an important plot point setting up things for later, believe it or not.
Yes, and I can't remember. Stryker comes to recruit Logan, but I can't remember if he outright tells him that Victor Creed is the one that is hunting down the guys, or if he just tells him someone is hunting down the guys. And they found out.
Stryker does not recruit Logan. He's come there to warn him that other guys have died.
Well, no, he tried to
and
recruit him.
And he's lost contact with Victor.
Yeah, he tried to recruit him to do something, but ends up settling for just telling him about Victor.
Fair enough.
Of course, it doesn't really matter. The recruitment was a facade anyway. Spoilers.
A fakeade?
But yeah, and then we find out. Do you have notes for what happens next? Because I know what happens next, I just don't know the order of events.
My next notes, and I quote, are, "And then he screamed unto the heavens, and the wails were heard by plot relevance."
Okay.
So I think I know what happened next.
I don't remember how we get to the point where his girlfriend like crashes the truck, gets out on foot, and then eventually gets caught by Sabretooth and subsequently murdered.
I think what happens is Sabretooth shows up on the plot after being mentioned, hunts down his girlfriend, and quote unquote kills her. And Logan runs away from his logging job, jogs through the forest, starts noticing like the marks on the trees, hunts down his girlfriend and finds her corpse.
Yep, that sounds
And
right.
then
Then screams to the heavens.
Screams to the heavens, and the wails were heard by plot relevance.
And this is where we can probably skip large parts of the plot, because a large chunk of this movie is hunting down the living members of his squad. Most of which end up just immediately getting killed off.
There's also getting Gazer Beam in the school, right? Am I wrong?
No, yeah, you are talking about when they're trying to get Scott, Cyclops.
Yeah.
But I don't remember when that's shown, and I don't remember.
Oh, I have some more notes here, because they end up in a bar. They Wolverine hunts down Sabretooth to a bar, and it's kind of shown that Sabretooth is a bit of like a sadist. Like, he is very much in the camp of just like, he wants to be hurt. Being in combat, feeling that rush of life or death is what gives him purpose in life. It is what fuels him. But then we also end up with terrible fight choreography, because the Bourne movies came out and everyone learned that if you just do shaky cam and whip pans, you can make fights look a lot more exciting than they actually are without having to do a lot of fight choreography. There's some cool helicopter shots of the wilderness. You get some really nice flybys. It's really nice nature photography.
But yeah, he ends up hunting down the rest of the members of his squad. There's like a black cowboy that joins him.
Oh,
and
you are way ahead. No. First, he joins the Weapon X program.
Does he?
Yes. Oh no, he's not hunting down his members of his squad until after joining the Weapon X program, because he gets into that fight in the bar with his brother,
right,
and gets his butt handed to him, and then he goes and seeks out Stryker and is like, "Hey man, you got some super science you can stick into me? Because there ain't no way I'm taking down my brother." And Stryker's like, "I've got just the X for you." I'm making up the dialogue in this, but it's not much better.
It makes sense. Look, I told you I've forgotten large swaths of this.
All right. More notes from my end here is the trick with mythologizing like really cool sounding things with mundane answers kind of sucks. Like, you learn that the dog tags that say Wolverine are just like a nickname that he chose for himself because it sounded cool. The fact that the Weapon X program which you would think is thematically relevant to him being an X-Men and anything, or because X is a neat sounding, like, ooh, it's secret date. No, it's because it's the
number
Roman
10.
numeral for 10.
Yeah.
It's doing that early 2000s thing of maybe the cool or maybe the corny sounding stuff in comic books actually just has a mundane answer and we're gonna lampshade it. And it's not great. They do have like a cool mad science sequence, but I looked it up. This movie came out after the director's name completely escapes me, but it's the Verhoeven. There we go, Paul Verhoeven, who did Paul Verhoeven, famous for doing Starship Troopers and RoboCop, and he also did a Invisible Man remake or reboot, starring, believe it or not, and this is why it was relevant, Kevin Bacon. Kevin Bacon as the Invisible Man. And this mad science experiment sequence with Wolverine getting injected with adamantium into his skeleton doesn't look anywhere near as cool or as interesting as this early CGI, very similar sequence in Paul Verhoeven's Invisible Man. Somehow, the like adamantium claws in this movie look way less impressive than the stuff that we will see going into X-Men 2000. Like, I don't know if it's just the lighting choice that they have in this sterile environment, but they don't look physically present in reality. They look like bad CGI composites, if I'm being honest.
In all honesty, there's only two important things in the entire movie, and one of them is actually Wolverine joining the Weapon Expert.
Right, and that happens here before he even seeks out his military friends, because he joins the Weapon
I couldn't
Expert
remember
program.
where that happens.
He dies. Like, he basically is dead, but his healing factor kicks in, they pop him back up, and at this time, someone is like, well, we need to terminate him. I forget why. I forget why someone opens their dumb, stupid mouth and says, put Wolverine down. He does not take kindly to that, runs out of the base, and is, like, gone. And now Stryker has to hunt him down. I think it's let slip that maybe this is where we learn that Stryker... No, we don't learn that Stryker and Sabretooth are working together.
No, that's like late in the movie.
No, we do end up with Grandma and Grandpa at the farm. These folks do not last
because
long.
he after he goes berserk after hearing that he's to be terminated, right after he comes back from the brink of death, he runs out of the facility naked.
Yeah.
And goes to sleep in a
Harold,
barn.
I think there's a naked man in the barn.
Yeah, I believe that was the exchange.
I don't know if his name was Harold. I just gave Harold as an old man name.
Guess what? I got Little Fist to level 3.
Congratulations. Guess what? I have cut down a bunch of grass. There's still a bunch more grass. Turns out, touching grass still happening.
I need to work on Smasher next. That'll be the next most obnoxious one to level up.
Have you been collecting resources, by the way? Like, you're
I'm
still
waiting for them to respawn, mostly.
Okay, fair enough.
Although, in hunting down mites, I did find a stash of rocks. I wasn't aware it existed. Anyway, yeah, he goes to the farm. He's just about to leave with a set of clothes and the motorcycle when
Oh, there was a guy who was really good at sniping.
Yeah.
That's what this guy's good at. That was his superpower.
the sniper ends up
Those
killing the old
aphids look
guy,
like they
and
have
then
things
killing
to do.
Not Deadshot.
People to see.
killing his wife afterward.
Yep.
And
And blowing no. Kills the guy, kills the wife, blows up the barn with a rocket, and then we have like an extended helicopter chase, right? The helicopter chase is actually really cool. Like I want to say they do like a practical stunt of like flipping this Humvee, and then they also CGI in a crash with this helicopter, and it's really cool. Except they're constantly cutting back to this shaky cam footage of Logan, like close up with bad composite background stock footage, and it's not great. And I have a note here that says, I swear the helicopter blows up twice. I swear we see the helicopter crash,
I think
and
there
a
was
ball of fire explode, and then afterwards it blows up again.
I mean, it does have two engines that can blow up separately.
I'm not a plane mechanic. I know lumberjacky things. You need to educate me.
I just did.
Well, now I'm educated. Thank you for informing me. I really am glad that we could share that knowledge. You're such a great friend, Blau. I appreciate you.
I unfortunately don't remember the scene well enough to tell you one way or the other if that's actually what it is, but yeah, all aircraft have redundant systems.
The only next note that I has is, wait, why do we have this one single scene about Gazer Beam? And then most obvious plot twist is that the bad guys are working together.
I don't remember who you're referring to as Gazer Beam.
That would be Scott.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, because Victor Creed goes to the school that Scott is enrolled at and tries to kidnap him for the Weapon X program, and I guess that's where the reveal that they're working together is, right? Or not the Weapon X program, but like whatever their shady stuff they're doing is.
I actually think that the school is a complete like non sequitur, and where it's revealed is when he goes to his war buddy's boxing gym, and we just have a completely manufactured fight. Like, that is maybe a real fight, and maybe isn't.
Well, the one guy...
I don't understand the point of this scene. And that's where we get out the most obvious plot point, where
I think
Stryker...
I think the point of that scene was just to show another well-known mutant, because one of his
I've never heard of this mutant before.
One of his old buddies becomes the Blob.
Is that his name? Is it actually the Blob?
Yes.
That is real rude.
Like, you wouldn't have known that it was the Blob before, because he wasn't like that when they were, like, in Vietnam or whatever.
I remember when that girl was 85 pounds.
But yeah, that's the Blob. Pretty sure that's his name.
That's rude. That's just hella rude. Don't be like that. But no, he meets up with his war buddy, who is definitely going to be around for more movies. Don't worry about it. They're good friends.
Yeah, Black Cowboy and the Blob are the two that he meets up.
Yeah. Blob doesn't continue on with us. Black
Nope.
War Buddy does.
Blob is butthurt and actually still kind of loyal to Stryker. Or at least doesn't like Logan.
I don't know why. Like, that conflict comes out of nowhere.
He's got an inferiority complex.
Yeah, but it's not really set up ever at all.
No, not really, no.
It's just manufactured conflict for conflict's sake. But, again, that is a digression after a digression. They go, hey, I know a guy who escaped from the Weapon X program. He knows where it is. Let's go down to Louisiana and meet Gambit. And, I love Gambit. I have no good reason to love Gambit.
Yeah, I think Gambit thinks Logan's a cop or something.
Yeah, I want to say so. Who's the actor who plays Gambit? Because he looks real familiar. I can't say I've ever seen him in anything else.
I don't remember exactly how the scene goes down, but it ends up with Logan fighting Victor Creed, and then Gambit thinking Logan's a cop or something, and attacking him for messing up his.
It's
Casino or
because
whatever.
Logan knows about this Weapon X facility that he's immediately like, I don't trust you. You're trying to get me back there. Like Gambit and Logan are fighting, then Logan and Creed are fighting, then they're all fighting each other.
Then Gambit's fighting Logan while Logan's trying to fight Victor Creed.
Yeah.
And also Black Cowboy gets telefragged by Victor Creed. Because that was his power, was teleportation.
Yes, he does get telefragged super hard. You are correct. He warps into his claws.
Yep.
Yeah.
And like, it's a cool fight scene, just because it's kind of a weird dynamic where Gambit does not give a shh. I forgot what I was doing. Gambit does not care at all about Victor Creed. Victor Creed does not care about Gambit.
So, it's at
And
this
Logan
point-
doesn't care about Gambit, who's attacking him. Like, the whole reason he went to see Gambit was trying to find, I think, either Sabretooth or a way to where the Project X
Yes.
laboratory was. And he went.
It was-
He didn't, I think he didn't know Sabretooth and refused information on the laboratory.
It was at this point in the movie that I realized that we had stopped having a strong narrative push, and every scene was just an excuse to get to next location where next fight was occurring.
Yeah.
And I checked out.
And that's why we're kind of skipping large swaths of the plot.
Yeah, it is a messy movie. There's not a lot of momentum. It's more an assortment of bits and scenes, but it's not bad. Like the
It's
fight
bad.
scenes are
It's-
cool.
It's bad. There's good things about the movie, but the movie is bad.
Like, for every stinker character motivation, there's some real cool character motivation going on. For every why is this scene here, there's I've crashed again. There is, I don't know, it's just I have too many objects on screen is what it is.
I really
It's
hate
fine.
I really hate to gloss over Gambit, but like he is the best thing in the movie. But also, like, after the fight, his role in the movie is over almost as quick as it came. It's basically, he just ends up flying him in his Cessna over to the island anyway.
Is
and then
that
we-
a Cessna?
I think it was a Cessna. It's a small personal plane.
I've had an opportunity to ride in a Cessna. My uncle is licensed to.
I have taxied to
fly them.
Cessna, but I haven't flown in one.
I didn't want to. I would prefer to be. Again, he's licensed, but I wouldn't say licensed professional.
I've also overhauled a Cessna engine.
Neat.
That was part of my schooling, actually.
But yeah, it's you end up with Gambit getting punked pretty hard and then just dropping him off.
Yeah.
Then
and,
we are
and,
at the
and then
Weapon
we
X facility.
and we do not see Gambit again until the literal last 5 minutes of the movie.
Yep.
But we're at the last location of the movie, which is the Weapon X laboratory BS.
We spend a good chunk of time here at last location.
Yeah, but
we
none of it.
also get a really strong line in the movie I want to call out is when Stryker is being talked to by one of his superiors, and he's like, Stryker, you've gone mad with power. You're overseeing this project too hard. You're creating monsters. And Stryker hits him back with a line about, where is this here? He's also talking about your obsession with mutants. And isn't your son a mutant? Maybe we should look into that. Which we as an audience, if we've been following the more recent movies, know that that's a setup for something in them. But if you're
Actually-
watching it chronologically, you have no clue.
Well, if you watch them in release order, you would already know how that plays out.
Yes, but Stryker hits him back with the line of I was sent here to defend against threats both foreign and domestic, and then like kills him, and it's like that's a hard-hitting line. I appreciated that. I do love when there's a little bit of like when a bad guy can have a moment like that. It's good. I pointed at my screen and clapped.
But yeah, the reason why so much time is spent at this location is because it's where the big finale fight happens. But first, the important exposition. God, I don't remember the important exposition other than that. I guess Stryker moved on.
I have important exposition is that everything has been orchestrated by Stryker the entire time, including Logan's relationship with Woman. Woman is not dead. Woman was lying.
Yes.
Woman lied to you, Logan.
And she's a mutant.
She was fake Woman. Actually mutant.
You know,
here to emotionally manipulate you. Don't get too close to Woman. They are danger, Logan.
The funny thing about this is that they explained that they faked her death using hydrochlorothiazide. You may be wondering how I know the name of the drug used off the top of my head like that.
I'm concerned. Why do you know the name of the fake death drug?
Because I take hydrochlorothiazide.
Oh. Well, that was much less interesting other than the expected answer, which is, well, I've had to fake my death before.
Do you know what hydrochlorothiazide is?
No, I have no clue.
It's a water pill.
It's a water pill?
Mm-hmm.
Is that why you're always peeing?
No, it's not a diuretic. I actually,
I'd rather have a spider.
the reason I take it is to offset some of the effects of my blood pressure medicine.
Ah, okay. Cool.
But yes, it is a water pill. And I was
Weird.
like, this explanation for how they faked her death is whack.
Completely fictitious.
My wife was like, "What are you talking about?" I was like, "Hold that thought." I went and grabbed my prescription. I was like, "Read the name of this drug." She was like, "Oh."
Turns out we have a subject matter expert here.
I wouldn't say I'm
On the
an
line with us
expert,
now is-
and I'm not saying that it can't be used to fake someone's death, but the way the movie presented it sure didn't seem believable to me, someone who takes the drug every day.
It slows your heart rate down to where it is nearly imperceptible, including to a born and trained hunter-killer. A preternatural experience with these sorts of things. Anyways, so we reveal that. We also reveal what Stryker's main goal with trying to round up all these mutants is that he is creating some sort of pool for all of the mutant genes. A dead pool, if you will.
Yep.
And those are the two big plot revelations.
You thought this story was an origin story about Wolverine. You were mistaken. It is an origin story about Deadpool.
The entire time!
And I wish I was joking, but no, this is probably the primary reason everybody hates it, because this was a really bad, like, extremely bad way to represent Deadpool.
Hey, spicy hot take, Blau. Are you ready for spicy hot take?
You liked it?
If they called Deadpool literally any other name, I think this would be such a cool ending for this, which is, what if we just Frankensteined every mutant together? That's such a cool concept! You guys could have had such a neat thing with that. What if we made an amalgamation of all of these powers that you've seen throughout the movie into one supreme mutant? That is such a neat mad scientist plot. And they do have a really cool fight scene with that concept. The problem is attaching it to the lore name Deadpool, formerly Wade Wilson.
Yeah, not just attaching it to the name, but like trying to say this is Deadpool. Like, no, it would have been fine if it was whatever original creation. I don't care, but like that is not. Deadpool is an established character, and that is not Deadpool in any way whatsoever. he doesn't have all those powers. That's not how he became a mutant. Like, he's known as the Merc with the mouth, and in the process of him becoming a mutant, had his mouth removed.
This is the height of what I was talking about with we're embarrassed by the cartoon goofiness of comics. Except you can't do that in a movie with Sabretooth, Wolverine, Gambit, and the Blob.
And Deadpool.
Deadpool's not in this movie. Deadpool is a name that they have described to this in the same way that Weapon X means the 10th weapon.
But yes,
I like the ending of this movie.
So
I want that on record. I think the plot as presented. Heck. Do we want to deal with that?
I'm here. I'll deal with it.
Okay.
So the fight scene's not bad. I was unable to enjoy it because I was too mad about it being Deadpool, and that's not Deadpool, like the whole time.
I can set aside my nerd rage for, like, I would say that people should be rightly mad about this movie for just being an amalgamation of scenes without a lot of actual motivation. It feels particularly disjointed, but when people are mad at it being Deadpool, they're mad at it for lore reasons and not for the internal consistency of the adaptation. Like, again, if you called that thing any other name, you wouldn't have a leg to stand on for that complaint.
But it's a valid complaint, and you are you are trying to minimize it.
I just think that there's a lot more wrong with the movie than they just called that thing Deadpool. Like, the rest of the movie is pretty jank regardless. There are larger structural issues than what they decided to name your final boss. You did it! Congratulations!
I don't want to hear about structural issues right now.
You know what? Why not?
Don't worry about
it. Okay. So, in theory, I really like the, perfect amalgamation final boss, but not the known persona of Deadpool Ryan Reynolds.
I mean, Ryan Reynolds wasn't necessarily established. That was his first time being Deadpool.
I mean, the established persona of Ryan Reynolds was well established at this point.
What do you mean?
I mean, Ryan Reynolds had already cut his teeth in, the sitcoms, name completely escapes me, but also starring other Canadian legend.
Had he already been in
Mouth and Firefly?
Had he already been in that horrible Green Lantern movie at this point?
No, he hadn't. No. Actually, spoilers for my opinions about Ryan Reynolds is I think he's a really good actor. I've seen him in some
oh no, I love Ryan Reynolds.
Some drama movies, and I feel like he's been completely typecast as Wade Wilson ever since Deadpool.
Oh,
and
no.
He can't escape that shadow.
No, absolutely not. He can definitely escape that shadow.
Have you seen him in anything else where he's not being just smarmy guy winking at camera?
Yes, I've seen, was it Ready Player One, where he was the video game program that became sentient?
Nope.
I think that was the name of the movie.
He's not in Ready Player One as the video game character. Oh, you're thinking of, Free Guy.
Free Guy, yeah, that was it.
No, he's still playing a Wade Wilson in
No, he's not at all. He's like a really sweet guy. He's like ideal man.
He's a little bit more chipper, but he's again winking at the camera.
No,
I mean,
no,
he's got some real dramatic chops.
No, he's like ideal boyfriend material in that movie.
We've already been over ideal boyfriend, and McAvoy's not in this movie. All right?
He is not at all like Wade Wilson in that movie. I will
Actually,
die on this hill.
Completely tangential. Is Not a Girl Face sent me some fan art of Wario that has been doing the rounds, and I was like, Get this Wario with Chris Pratt's body out of here. I'm gonna need chubby schlubby Wario. That is the only Wario that is in my heart. I need a real garlic muncher. Let's get on there.
I've also seen him in a little known indie title, Detective Pikachu.
Ryan, again, he's got a smarm about him in all of these roles.
That's not smarm. That is absolutely gruff. Like, there's a reason people wanted Danny DeVito to be Detective Pikachu. And you know what? Ryan Reynolds, I think at this point could be the voice of Danny DeVito in like a post-mortem kind of biography in a fictional scenario where Danny DeVito has passed away. Similar to that one movie about Andy Kaufman, was it?
Yes, Andy Kaufman with Jim Carrey.
Yes. Like, there's no way you will ever get me to see that Detective Pikachu is at all like Wade Wilson. He's a smartass.
I'm trying to find the exact movie that I'm thinking of that blew my mind of like, oh, Ryan Reynolds really has some dramatic chops. Hey, Michael1999.
Hello.
Nice to see you here. So yeah, he was in Buried, which was pretty okay. And then he was also in a movie called The Voices, which is itself a bonkers movie. It is the movie that he did right before being Deadpool as we know and love him today. And it was the movie that sold me that Ryan Reynolds like has some acting chop. We are way off tangent here. The other thing in this movie that is revealed, which is plot relevant, the movie, by the way, being X-Men Origins Wolverine, because we are recapping all of the X-Men movies in excruciating detail, is that this is actually... Because now hear me out, Blau. I know that this is not explicitly stated in the movie.
It's just flowery text.
It is just flowery text. But allow me to do a little bit of pretentious reaching here. The Wade Wilson that we see in this movie is a Frankenstein.
Yes.
And that makes Wolverine our Wolfman, who has to be killed with a silver bullet. It's right there, and that was so cool. And I clapped, and I went, yay! And I was like, oh, that's a really neat. I wish that was in any other movie than this one.
I mean, like I said, I will give it to you that, the idea of a super mutant with all the powers of all the mutants you've seen so far, that's a cool concept. But they absolutely murdered the character that was already established for Deadpool to do it.
They did, but like the idea that the final showdown is between a Frankenstein and a Wolfman is so cool. Admit to me that the Wolfman parallel there with the silver bullet is like, that's intentional, right? I'm not crazy. I'm not reaching here.
Can't say I ever thought of it.
All right. Anyways, you need to have I put in my movies silver bullet, Wolfman, F off. That's actually kind of brilliant. Like hats off screenwriter.
I just realized we don't have a chest for thistles.
No, we don't. And I am getting them. But like to vastly fast forward through the ending here, it's kind of brilliant that Scott can't recognize Wolverine because he can't see him because he's blindfolded throughout this entire sequence. So when Wolverine shows up in later movies, Scott doesn't know him.
Well, like I said earlier, the only thing that's important about this movie is the actual Weapon X program, explaining how Wolverine got his adamantium skeleton.
You end up with a redemption for Wolverine's girlfriend, who was being manipulated the whole time. The woman who manipulate actually was manipulate herself feel bad for woman.
And just as he's about, so yeah, let's skip ahead past the fight scene.
Yeah,
Like we talked about that long enough. Talked about the plot leading up to it. Fight scene's over. Deadpool's dead, and
double dead, turbo dead.
He starts talking to his head got cut off. One thing I did want to add about the fight scene that we didn't mention was that it was kind of cool. Sabretooth teaming up with Wolverine during this fight.
Two brothers reunited against a common enemy.
But they kind of agree to go separate ways this time, but I think they said they'll be enemies next time they meet.
Yes.
And yeah, Ryan Reynolds, Deadpool gets his head cut off. End of the fight. He meets up with his girl again, and like they're having like a tough discussion. And he's debating whether or not to forgive her when...
I don't know if I can trust you. You've emotionally manipulated me. You can affect my emotions. It would be really bad if you could even read my mind.
And
I wouldn't know if I could trust you.
While he's deliberating on all this, Stryker shoots him in the head with the bullet.
Absolutely mutilated. And that, you know that adamantium bullets cause retrograde amnesia.
Well, it was because he got hit directly in the brain. But
that is where you keep your amnesia drugs.
Enough that would kill like a normal person.
I don't know.
But like healing is the most overpowered superpower in the Marvel universe because you just can't die.
You say that. I watched a man rip a planet in half with the power of magnetism.
Yeah, but I watched a man blow himself up into like at least 7 different pieces and still survive.
Okay, you know what? Fair enough. Healing's a little overpowered. Just a little.
But yeah, he gets shot directly in the forehead. I think the girl got killed right before him. So he's like all mad stuff, and then he gets shot, and when he comes to, Gambit is talking to him like, hey, what happened? Did you accomplish your mission or whatever? And he's like, who are you? Who am I? Where am I? And spoilers, he can't remember blasted thing. And
he runs off naked into the woods as we see a young Charles Xavier issue the poor escaping mutants from this Weapon X facility into a plane to take them off to Wisconsin? No, New England. I don't know your states. Your states are all over the place.
Travel along, comrade.
I mean, fair.
Look, we only have like 13 provinces up here, and that's still too many for me to keep track of.
Well, we have 0 provinces.
We have 0 states. So,
well, Canada is a state.
I mean, it's a state of mind if you really want to get there.
No, I mean, that's kind of the thing. Like any sovereignty is a state.
I don't know if we're a sovereignty. We still have that whole queen thing going on.
But
actually, sorry, no, we don't.
Like technically,
the old lady's dead.
Technically, every state in the United States is like its own sovereign power. They just agree to be part of a greater sovereign power.
Ah, so they're like Quebec. Why didn't you just say they were like Quebec? That would have made things easier.
Which is why Texas has the right to secede in their
exactly
in their constitution still. I think all the other states.
Like I said, Quebec.
I think all the other states have removed it from their constitutions, so they don't have that right.
We're getting off into like statutory constitution nonsense. Let's get back onto the stuff that actually matters. Them X-Men. Did you have any final thoughts about the nonsense that we just recapped, which was X-Men Origins Wolverine, which is a mouthful of a movie title?
Well, yeah. I do have a few thoughts. I'm going to say the only important things to take away from this movie are the actual injection of the adamantium skeleton and Wolverine's amnesia at the end of the movie. Literally nothing else matters. Not the
Um,
storyline about Sabretooth being his brother. Doesn't come up ever again. Like, they hate each other every time they meet. But Wolverine doesn't even know that they're brothers. And Sabretooth doesn't care to tell him that they're brothers.
I will say the other thing that does kind of... Like, it doesn't matter, but it was cool. I liked seeing Bone Claws. Bone Claws is neat.
Well, the Bone Claws come back in other movies, so like...
You get the most extended amount of Bone Claws in this movie. And I was down for it.
No. You get
Did you get more Bone Claws elsewhere?
Days of Future Past has the most Bone Claws.
I guess, by technicality, you are correct.
The
You know what they say about being technically correct?
It's the best kind.
It's the best kind. What's them next movies you're wanting to talk about? Because I got notes for days.
The other thing I just want to say is, like...
Surprisingly not terrible.
Yeah, there were several good ideas in the movies. It's just... like, everything was executed so poorly.
The final note on that movie in this is, this movie has Return of the King problem where it ends 4 times, and unlike Return of the King, it's like 4 different setups are really half-arsed and do not deserve the payoffs that they get.
All I can say is I'm glad for the Deadpool 2 post-credits.
Yes. Yeah, actually, that I appreciate that post-credits way more, having never seen this movie before. And probably, you know, if you want to watch this movie, watch the war montage.
Watch where you stick that nose,
And like you
people.
said, the adamantium scene is okay.
It's
I would rather
the
you watch
adamantium scene's fine, and it does get referenced like in every other movie. Like I think they use the exact same footage every time it comes
Go
up.
watch The Invisible Man by Paul Verhoeven from the year 2000. Just go do that.
Where is it?
Enjoy you some freaky mad science body horror person being strapped to a table and having stuff injected into them. That's way cooler.
I'm gonna go see if the food has some respond acorns.
You also get to watch a gorilla turn invisible in that. It's real neat. Like, again, it's super cool what Paul Verhoeven was doing back in 2000. As far as movies are gone. If we don't look at what Paul Verhoeven was doing in 2000, I need to preface that. That man's freaky.
You know, I kept thinking of Hollow Man when you said Invisible Man with Kevin Bacon.
Yeah, that's Hollow Man. It's the Invisible Man remake.
You kept saying Invisible Man, and you never once said Hollow Man.
Well, sorry, that's the movie. I'm pretty sure the movie is called Hollow Man with Kevin Bacon. It is a remake of the Universal Monsters classic monster, the Invisible Man.
See, I didn't know any of that when I saw it.
Which is also why I'm thinking about the Universal classic monsters, the Wolfman and Frankenstein. You know, the Dark Universe reboot that definitely is still happening with Tom Cruise and Russell Crowe and all the rest.
So
I think
anyway,
it was the 10-year anniversary of the Dark Universe here recently, which is ridiculous.
so after X-Men Origins Wolverine, we get to start going in actual release order.
Oh, good. I get to pull up my earliest notes.
X-Men from the year 2000, the very first X-Men movie created by Fox.
Can I go with I did not expect the movie to... The very first time I sit down and watch an X-Men movie, I did not expect it to open up with, like, an explicit Auschwitz reference, like an extended sequence. I was like, whoa, buddy, we're getting into the heavy stuff right off the bat. And then flash directly forward to, like, a political debate, which is, like, super grounded. Oh no, my aphid roast spoiled.
But yeah, stop me if this sounds familiar, but our movie opens with a young Eric Lyncher being dragged into a concentration camp in Nazi Germany, and they decide to close the gate after putting his mother in. Oh gosh, finish this for me.
They decide to drag him apart from his mother, and as he's being dragged apart, his latent mutant abilities kick in as he starts to pull himself towards his mother by yanking on the metal door that is closing behind him. And the Nazis notice that he has superpowers at this point because he's able to overpower like 5 or 6 guards, and they look at him weird. That's the opening. Then we flash forward to like a president, like a parliamentary. Do you guys have parliament there? I don't know.
No,
I would say it's a parliamentary debate
we
because
have
I'm
Congress.
in Canada and we have a congressional hearing where a young lady, Jean Grey, is giving an impassioned speech about the need for like mutant representation and how they are not to be feared. They are just the next natural step in human evolution. As we also then carry on forward towards a man in a wheelchair looking pretty bald and hairless, absolutely molding, as another man with a luxurious head of hair and looking very much not like Michael Fassbender, sit and have a, let's say, impassioned discussion. It's not a debate, it's not an argument, but they're talking in very weighted language in a hallway about the future of the political landscape. We'll put it that way. And there's this real heavy weight in the air as like these two are implied to have some deep history and connection and significance. And it's Professor X and Magneto. Go figure.
Portrayed by Patrick Stewart, and you're gonna get on my
Ian
case
McKellen.
for not remembering his name.
Ian McKellen.
He's a bad guy in like everything. I should remember his
He's
name.
Gandalf! That man's Gandalf!
And he's also a bad guy in like everything.
He's Gondorf.
I can't even. He is such a great and prolific actor that I remember him and only him from like so many of the movies that I've seen with him in. I can't even remember the names of these movies. I just remember his acting in those movies.
That's like saying, oh, you know, Sylvester Stallone, known for playing bad guys because of that one time he was a bad guy in Spy Kids 4 or 3, Spy Kids in 3D as the toy maker. Hi, I'm Buttface, and I remember that Sylvester Stallone played 5 identical clones of himself in Spy Kids 3D as the toy maker, a split personality. We could be having a discussion about the Spy Kids series if I got to decide the agenda, but I didn't. We're talking about X-Men.
I gave you plenty of opportunity to populate the list.
I didn't know.
And you know what you
would
put on the
talk
list?
About an X-Men movie for 2 hours apiece.
Well,
turns out I'm enjoying it. I'm having a good time.
What you put on the list was recycling.
You're right. I did do that.
And what was the other one that I was totally baffled by?
Could have been anything. You're asking me to remember something? I'm trying to hold 10 different X-Men movies in my brain at once.
Well, and now you can let 2 of them go.
No, because they're still plot relevant for other things. I need the callback.
Well, we better hurry up and get to the other 8.
Oh, we're gonna be. You know what we're gonna need to do is we're gonna need to have like dedicated X-Men discussion weeks for touching craft. Oh, I love this. This is so much fun, Blau. Again, thank you for having me. It's great to be here.
Oh, thank you for indulging me in my just rather insane demand of you.
I live for the insane demands. I had one person go, "You should play Metal Gear Solid," and then I went, "All right, Haas, here's 60 hours of my life dedicated to that." Anyways, we have this grandiose political discussion, with these two old dudes who have an implied history, and then we flash to yet another scene. But instead of what's been going on with X-Men Wolverine Origins Revengeance, these scenes are all linked thematically instead of necessarily just next plot relevant scene. Because we have a young, oh, what's her name with the white stripe in her hair? She's completely escaped me. Rogue. The Bat?
No, that's Rouge.
Rogue the Bat, Rouge the white stripe, who is what I will term the very first nuke on legs in the X-Men universe.
I do have to give them credit. They did at least hire someone that can do a decent facsimile of a Southern accent.
She is definitely a Southern belle, and I didn't pick up on that until a good ways into the movie.
Like, I don't think
Sorry, it is.
I'm pretty sure
it is subtle compared to.
I'm pretty sure she's not actually Southern, but I literally know nothing about her. So
I'm going to put it this way: I stream regularly with Bob. She's subtle.
I mean, I'm Southern too.
You're more subtle than Bob. I just shot that gold. You lied to me.
I'm actually more subtle than Rogue is too. So.
I shot that golden scarab beetle or whatever with an arrow, and it didn't die in one hit.
I read in the patch notes that they're supposed to die in one hit to anything.
Definitely didn't. I saw its health go down. It did not die to this arrow.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, the patch notes lied to you then. Like, I agree that you read that. Anyway, so we see Rogue. She just about kills someone because she has the power of, if you touch me, you'll die.
She's Mega Man.
Great power to have.
Mega Man. That's her power.
Mega Man!
She kills you and takes your power.
She kills you and takes your power, yes. So Mega Man over here, I did not call her that. Just about kills her boyfriend, is horrified by this, and runs away from home. To Canada, the next logical state. Because you get to Canada from the deep south. How?
I don't know that she was actually in the deep south.
Okay, you know what? Fair enough. We don't know her geographical location. We just know that she has a southern accent.
Yeah.
Anyways, she starts shipping up to Canada, and I want to express my gratitude for portraying Canada. Now, I can place this exact spot in Canada. They're in Alberta. You know how I know they're in Alberta? You walk into a hick bar where you have people fighting in a cage that you pan over like the bearskin rugs and everyone wearing plaid flannel. That's Alberta, baby. That's Canadian representation. No notes. Perfect. This is the part where you take up the slack on recapping X-Men 2000.
So who do we know?
Sorry, do you need a break?
Well, I was appreciating the break.
Okay, I can continue here. So we immediately then start getting into the goofy comic book nonsense where like we have a cage match with Wolverine. Like up until this point, the movie's been relatively grounded. Yes, we did almost see a boy like killed because of a toxic kiss. And we also did see Magneto do a Magneto thing, but like here we have cage match fight between Wolverine guy, and we see that Rogue and Wolverine, while traveling on the road, get ambushed by, is it Sabretooth? I want to say it's
Yes,
Sabretooth.
it is
ambushes
Sabretooth.
him. And then a ragtag group of already established heroes, the X-Men, swoop in to save the day because Rogue gets trapped in the car and can't get out, and Wolverine kind of gets stomped all over by Sabretooth. They are no longer an even match.
Yeah, it just got smashed for level 2. Only about 99 more to go.
You know what? And I even peg this early on here in my X-Men 2000 notes, which I will remind you was the first movie that I watched, is after Rogue and Logan escape from their camper van disaster by being picked up by the X-Men task force. Logan wakes up in the basement of the mansion, getting Patrick Stewart beamed into his head. And my note here says, you know, I'm reminded of the look and feel of the Paul Verhoeven remake of The Invisible Man. I had to check out when that was, and sure enough, it was 2012. So these are the year 2000. So these two movies were contemporaries. And then later on in X-Men Wolverine Origins Revengeing, their effects for this mad science stuff is worse than what I was just off the bat reminded of in the like X laboratories from this movie. But Patrick Stewart uses his mind control powers to get inside Logan's head and kind of like guide him out of the laboratory and into the main halls of his school for gifted mutants.
And he, the whole time, he's acting like he's in an active war zone.
I'm sorry, pardon?
The whole time, until he realizes he's in a school, he's moving and acting like he's in a hostile territory.
Yes, Wolverine is. Whereas Patrick Stewart is just doing mind tricks. Like, just straight up freaking his beam. And then we end up with Patrick Stewart as our Professor X, who I, at this point, assumed was like an established character in X-Men lore and was the leader of the good guy group. And if you're going to get an actor to portray the leader of a good guy group who is going to be tasked with spouting, and I think I clocked it at something like 10 minutes of just straight up comic book nonsense, throwing terms and terminologies and history at you, you could do a lot worse than getting famous Shakespearean actor Patrick Stewart to do so. X-Men would not work as a franchise without Patrick Stewart guiding you into this insano world.
I will remind you that Patrick Stewart had a regular role on American Dad.
I'm sorry, Patrick Stewart has a what?
A regular role on American Dad.
Does he now?
And he at least did for many, many seasons. I haven't watched that show in years, so it's still the case.
I've only watched the American Dad.
But yes, he was the boss of the CIA.
Huh. Well, I mean, it's kind of like Keith David just being in every Dan Harmon thing, because Dan Harmon and Keith David are friends.
But given that it's American Dad, you can guarantee that it is one of the goofiest roles you'll see Patrick Stewart in. I'm mentioning it just to establish that while we all know Patrick Stewart for his more serious roles like Captain Picard and Charles Xavier, he is no stranger to the goofiness. And this this actually does have some importance for way later in the conversation.
He is not playing a goofy character, though. He's playing an incredibly straight character.
Yes,
like,
it's what he's known
dead
for.
on serious. But he's saying absolute sci-fi magic nonsense. But because it's Patrick Stewart, because it is Shakespearean trained actor Patrick Stewart, because it is Patrick Stewart, Jean-Luc Picard of the Starship Enterprise?
Yep.
Question mark? That is ship? Anyways, who is used to delivering the sci-fi nonsense with a straight face and selling it. You know what? I believe it. You could, and he monologues exposition at you for 10 minutes, and it's fine. It's fine. And that's kind of the genius of casting these two old AF Shakespearean actors to just sell all of this. Ian McKellen does this really great god complex act. And he's got this real... I've lost it. I've lost the plot.
I will like to say that about Charles Xavier, I think the casting for both his young, naive, and inexperienced self and his older and wizened self were just absolutely on point. And like in the year 2000, if I had heard they're making an X-Men movie and, you know, we're speculating castings, no name comes to mind other than Patrick Stewart for Professor X.
And
none.
No name comes to mind for Magneto other than Ian McKellen. Like, you just don't.
Well, you may not like this take, but I actually don't like his Magneto as much. Because he's, and I don't think it's really his fault. It's probably the writing's fault.
His Magneto is written very callous, I will admit.
He's much more black and white cartoon villain.
I would honestly say
Magneto is one of the most nuanced characters in all of superhero history.
I read this Magneto as like end of life Magneto, as these are my final acts on this earth Magneto, as what is my legacy going to be, as I need to leave the world in as best a spot as possible for the next generation, of which he assumes is mutant kind.
And you know,
I read this as the acts of a desperate man.
That would be fine, but that's not how the later movies play out the character.
No, they aren't. But in those later movies, you see again this more caricature of evil. I'm thinking specifically of the demystifying scene, where there is no longer Mystique. Sorry, I didn't know if that came across.
Well, yeah. Anyway, Wolverine makes his way to Professor X, where he gets the rundown about what the school is. Is this the point where they do like a non sequitur cutting to Scott again in school?
No. Scott's already a teacher at this school.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
Oh wait. Yeah, you're right.
No, because
I got my movies out of order here. I'm thinking of Apocalypse.
Yeah, no, my notes here say, oh heck, it's Sonic's dad cock blocking the great Danton.
We warned you all that there's time nonsense, and that makes it.
Well, no, he just got older.
That makes it hard for me to keep it straight in my head.
But this is definitely Sonic's dad, right? I'm not crazy.
Huh?
The Gazer Beam is now played by Sonic's dad.
I don't know what you mean by Sonic's dad.
The Sonic's dad from the Sonic's movies.
Donut Lord?
Yeah.
Is that the same actor?
It is.
Huh. Never would have put that together.
Marsden. Yeah.
Never would have put that together.
I can't unsee it.
Huh.
But we also, because during that opening scene, I glossed over it a bit. There was the Senate hearing where there's one senator who is like super against the mutants, and Jean Grey is like, actually give mutants a chance. We're not so bad. She doesn't say we. That senator ends up being captured by a shape-shifting mutant who we know is Mystique, because we've been watching these movies in chronological order, not chronological release order. And Mystique takes this senator out to see Magneto.
That senator is actually very important. Dude. Can't remember his name, though, because they write him off in the movies fairly quickly.
Sure.
What is it, like Senator McKellen or something like that?
No, you're thinking of Ian McKellen.
Something starts with a K. I don't know.
Senator Kenneter?
The Kenneter.
The Kenninator. But anyways, they take him to see Magneto, and Magneto monologues at him and then does a zippy zap and tries to force mutate him to the varying degrees of success. My notes here. Well, we don't see that yet. What we see next is more school exposition scenes, more meeting the team. You get the love triangle between Scott and Logan and Jean Grey.
Putting on some more
And then I have a note here. My note is, I feel like with one more pass on the script, and it'd be great. There's a lot in this script that does show, then tell, then show again, but less subtly. Like, the senator starts to discover that he's got mutant powers because he's in a holding cell and he, like, tears his face through the bars because he's all wibbly-wobbly. And then the very next thing that happens in that scene is Magneto walks in and goes, "Aha! I've made you one of us. You're just mutated like me now. And you can never rejoin the outside world. But there's no sense trying to escape."
You mentioned that the senator is like the Ron DeSantis towards trans people of the mutant world.
Yes, absolutely. Again, he was staunchly against mutants. They must be stomped out. They are freaks of nature. It is against God's plan, sort of speaking. And then he's like, "Don't try and escape." And then the guy immediately escapes. And then we look over the edge to watch him fall. And then the guy walks back, like Sabretooth walks back in the room and goes, he's escaped. And I think he fell over the ledge. Sabretooth doesn't speak in this, but like, it is heavily shown again. Like, it's so much of back and forth and back. Oh, right. And then after this, after all of this, like, you're a mutant. You're a mutant. You're a mutant.
You're a mutant.
Don't try and escape. You're a mutant.
Mr. Grinch.
We go to the beach where we show him still again escaped. In the process of escaping, he's definitely a jellyfish blobbo man now. It's so much tell and tell and tell and then show again, and this could have been cleaned up and streamlined.
But eventually he makes his way over to Professor X's school for gifted youngsters.
There's one other thing that happens here. Is we do see that Mystique has infiltrated into the school because we have Bobby, who's acting. Bobby is Frozone in this movie.
Iceman.
That's what I said, Frozone, and he's acting weird to Mystique, who it has been shown that there's been some chemistry between Mystique and Frozone and Flame Guy,
Pyro.
Johnny Storm. And yeah, Bobby's acting real weird to Mystique. And then before we even cut away from that scene, we see the same shapeshifter eye flash that's been going on with Mystique. And it's like, oh, in case you didn't pick up that this was like a weird interaction,
Yeah,
we're
Mystique...
just going to straight up clue to the audience that this was a Mystique interaction.
So, I don't know how we failed to mention it to this point, that while Mystique does have blue skin and orange hair as her striking features, she also has yellow eyes. And for whatever reason, I mean, clearly the reason is that they just want to inform the audience that this is Mystique. But for whatever reason, frequently, whoever she's assuming the shape of, you'll see them, their eyes will flash yellow for a little bit.
Just a little bit. Just a little yellow, as a treat.
Like, it's a weird thing. She should clearly have the ability to control herself and not to do that. So it's very obviously just a message to the audience. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
But yes, Blobman does eventually find his way to the Professor X stronghold. At the same time that there is,
like, no one there.
I don't actually remember why this is happening, but there was like the train fight, right? Oh, because Mystique runs away, and Logan runs after her. Because Mystique is maybe got feelings for Logan as like an elder mentor. It's weird. It's a weird dynamic.
But that leaves Storm as the person to greet our Blobman senator.
Yes. Again, my notes here just say Blobman Senator gets blobified. It's like Hollow Man starring Kevin Bacon.
And it's kind of like the most pointless scene to me, because like we're seeing this moment of character development where he's, you know, we're being forced to be a mutant, realizing the error of his ways, only for him to immediately dissolve into a puddle of water.
He kicks the bucket, and the bucket was full of water, and the water was him.
Yeah, he did. He very did. And it was so pointless. Like, at that point, you might as well have kept him a hateful bigot to the very end.
Yep. Shout out to that actor who is great at playing hateful bigots, by the way. Like, he's typecast as that an awful lot in things I've seen him in. Just, excellent hateful bigot acting. Really sells it. And then an hour in, and we're just doing this train fight, and so far my thoughts are that the most interesting things in the movie is this, like, political, social intrigue, like, back and forth, talking about all of these different ideologies and where people stand on different social issues. And then the second most interesting thing is, like, I guess technically the adult drama between, like, Scott and Jean and Logan and
there's a little bit of a love triangle going on between
but also like
Scott,
Logan
Jean, and Logan,
like,
except that Scott and Jean are explicitly an item.
But I mean, also some of the drama is like between Logan and Jean-Luc Picard and Storm, and like, where do I fit in this newfound family? What's my purpose for being here? I don't think I'm good around other people.
I honestly think the most interesting subplot throughout the entirety of the original trilogy, actually, is the Logan and Rogue subplot.
Yeah, super weird, that one.
It's like a father-daughter relationship.
It is. But it's very awkward.
Yeah, because sometimes it gets a little bit too close to maybe possibly romantic, but doesn't ever commit to it.
Yeah, and then the stuff that I just don't care about are the kitties, like anything that Rogue or Bobby or
Yeah.
anyone else at the school is doing. I just don't care.
Yeah, that's
I
none
do
of that
not
is
care.
interesting.
And also, I don't care for fight scenes. The fight scenes in this, not great. Like the camper fight, this like attack on the train, not particularly great. The hostage situation with Magneto and humans and their guns is at least interesting in theory, but in reality, it's just a bunch of floating objects. Like, cool. Ah, did I crash again?
Thankfully, at least the fight scenes are relatively short. Unlike in something like X-Men Origins Wolverine, where I think the Deadpool fight was like a solid half hour.
Yeah. Oh, it was long, it was involved, and I am selected. Right, there we are.
At least the effects are better than they were in X-Men Origins Wolverine.
You mean X-Men Origins Wolverine, a movie that came out 8 years later?
Yes.
Yes, they were better. They're almost on par with the Paul Verhoeven movie Hollow Man that came out this same year. I will get you to talk about Hollow Man one day, Blau!
I don't remember anything about that other than I didn't realize that Kevin Bacon was supposed to be a villain in the movie until he started being a douchebag.
Look, when you give a creepy guy,
I was also very young. I want to
ability to be
specify.
invisible. This is the first place you go to with an abuse of power story. But and I mean, like, that's appropriate.
I was very young
for these
when I
X-Men
watched
movies.
it.
The
Very,
abuse,
very
the abuse of extraordinary power.
Well, you know, with great power comes great responsibility.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, that'll be a much later. No, I'm not going to.
But yeah,
we could do that one day. There's only like 5 of them if you don't get into the MCU proper.
Three Tobys, 2 Garfields.
And I think currently there's 3 Hollands.
And then we would also have to do the 2 Spider-Verses I would include in that.
And probably also want to see his parts in Civil War, the Captain America movie, and the 2 Endgame Avengers movies. Was Infinity
We
War?
really need Endgame for that. We can just see him turn to dust and call it a day. Spoilers. Do you like the spoilers after the fact? Because I don't care. Anyways, back on track. Blobo Man turns to full Blobo mode, and this is how we learn that that Eric Leshner is Leshner. I forget.
Leshner.
Is
also, I gotta stop you right there because I can't let this one get away. I don't think anybody is coming out of this podcast spoiled on the fact that Spider-Man turns to dust in Infinity War. That was like...
I don't know. I'm not feeling pretty good about that assumption.
That was like the #1 meme coming out of that movie. I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark.
I just did that.
I know.
I made the joke about that.
It was like the #1.
But I want to get back to the movie. I want to get through X-Men. I don't have... Oh, I've got more notes. Why did I take so many notes? No!
As you were.
So we get back. We learn that Eric can mutate people now. A thing that never comes up again. Because he uses his magnet waves to... Science, question.
Well, it does actually come up again because he intends to do it to the entire world. That's kind of the plot of this movie.
Sorry, again after this movie.
No, because I guess because it was an abject failure. And also his toy got destroyed.
It totally worked! What do you mean it was an abject failure?
To turn people into mutants,
the one time he was successfully able to turn someone into a mutant, he successfully turned someone into a mutant. As far as Magneto knows,
and they immediately
that
died.
thing worked. Just make
Look,
another one.
Honestly, it was an abject failure, since the goal was turn people into mutants. You know, I think you would have to call it a failure if your subject can't survive the experiment.
He didn't know his subject doesn't survive.
That doesn't matter, because honestly, I don't think he cares. Either way, because you gotta remember his goal.
Sounds like a success.
His goal is for mutants to live in peace without the interference of humans. So whether humans turn into mutants and become a part of mutant society, or turn into mutants and subsequently die almost immediately because their mutation was hella unstable, either way, he's good with the results. The experiment is still a failure.
Yeah, kind of hilarious that his biggest gripe is like humans keep interfering with our ability and specifically my plans, and then all of the things that interfere with his plans are mutants. Anyways, we're getting off track. They learned that Eric is going to set up a amplification device for this mutant ray on the Statue of Liberty because there are a bunch of are they like dignitaries or delegates, representatives,
bunch of important senators and stuff.
And it's thematically appropriate that it's Ellis Island because that's where a bunch of the immigrants landed back in the founding of America, and like that is a nice parallel to draw versus the emerging minority culture that is mutants and like, I see what you're doing there. Movie, good job tying these things together. Congratulations.
Add to your counter.
Mutants as a metaphor for political whatever. Number 3. It's still technically number like 2 or maybe 3 at this point because it's oh, Goldbug. I got one. Oh, I'm sorry, I did a Burgle quest.
That's fine.
We needed that.
It's too important a thing to harvest to let go.
Next note in my thing is we've already covered, which is where they make a mention of like, what did you expect? Golden or yellow spandex? And we've already discussed how that is a standard that gets reversed almost immediately in pop culture.
But it definitely was a dig against the fans.
Yes, absolutely. There was contempt for the goofy, whereas now the goofy is celebrated and put on a pedestal.
I mean, it's less about being goofy and more about being accurate to the source material.
Which I would like to make sure everyone is very clear. The source material is goofy. If anyone tells you otherwise, they have ulterior motives. My next note says that they infiltrate the Statue of Liberty, and I will be holding the infiltration and fight to that of the infiltration of the like bank complex from The Matrix, a movie that came out a couple years prior to this. And let me just tell you, this fight scene infiltrating the Statue of Liberty does not hold up to the standards of that of The Matrix.
Oh, God, no. One of the worst one-liners in all of film history is uttered during that fight sequence.
Which is it? Hit me with it.
So there's a mutant called Toad. He's he is an agile mutant that has mad hops and a really long sticky tongue.
Can I
Toad.
pause you there about Toad? Because I do have some notes about this also. Because I started to notice it specifically here is I love that nothing in the good guys' mutations make them behave divergently. Like there is no like neurodivergent behavior. There is no like difference in the way that they are acting as opposed to quote unquote normal humans.
They're normal passing.
Yeah, Sabretooth is a beast man.
Yeah.
Because his mutation is a beast man mutation. And Toad is just out here being, I'm a little freak. Bleh. And the blue foot woman, who I'm calling blue foot woman, because boy, do they like shoving her bare blue feet up in your face a whole lot in this movie. She is doing a lot of kicking. I'm just saying. She's just kind of mysterious. I don't know, it's like her name is Mystique or something. So it's weird that the bad guys are behaviorally defined by their mutation.
Oh, hey. What's up?
Hi. I'm back here. I needed some food. I'm starving.
I'm cooking.
Oh, cook faster.
Probably should have finished
yes,
making this thistle chest.
If you're gonna say, oh dang it, I crashed again. Why the heck am I crashing? I'm at the base. My game hates me.
Yes.
Don't tell me that you hate the line that I think is one of the best lines in the whole movie. Tell me about Toad.
So, you have Toad. He's fighting Storm. It's played by Halle Berry, and she's incredibly hot, as always.
Don't do this to me.
I'm sorry if you liked it.
This is my favorite line.
Sorry, not sorry. It's like the worst one-liner ever. So, they're fighting, and then I think Storm knocks him outside, where, like, the rainstorm starts to carry him off, but he catches the railing with his tongue, and he's just kind of dangling out there like a kite.
Like a little freak.
And,
Sorry, that's how I do Toad.
And Storm comes out in control, because, I mean, her power is weather manipulation, so obviously she's not affected by the rainstorm. And, she says to him, you know what happens to a toad that gets struck by lightning? And then there's a pause, and then a lightning bolt strikes the railing, which electrocutes him, and he releases his grip and just gets blasted off again like Team Rocket. And she says the same thing that happens to everything else. And it is the dumbest line I've ever heard in my life.
Blau.
Bar none.
I wrote the minute that they started infiltrating the Statue of Liberty that, like, it needs to be held to the standard of the Matrix. And that line, the same thing as everything else, is actually a badass line. 10 out of 10. No notes. That is up there with the Matrix, with Carrie-Anne Moss going up to the Agent Smith and going, dodge this.
No,
it's
absolutely
so
not.
Good. It's so good.
Absolutely not.
I love it. I felt it in my chest.
It is the dumbest, most nonsense line I've ever heard. Like, one-liners are supposed to, like, make you look cool or make you sound like a badass or something. Like, dodge this is a great line because he's, you know, doing the thing
is everything else is a great line.
No, it's terrible.
What do you think you're going to survive this? Nothing can survive this.
It's
like that's
even that would have been a better line. The same thing that happened, like with a setup like, do you know what happens to a toad when it gets struck by lightning? The same thing that happens to everything else is not a payoff.
It's the setup, and yes, it is. I will admit, it's a little wordy. It's a setup with zero payoff.
I am. It doesn't make her seem cool. It makes her seem slow. It doesn't make her seem like a badass. Again, it makes her seem slow. Like, what? No. What is it accomplishing? It makes her look dumb. And like, it is an
toad that gets struck by lightning.
And
then you're like, I'm worried about what's going to happen to a toad that gets struck by lightning. The same thing as everything else. Oh no, you struck many things by lightning.
See, you've already made it a much better line by having Toad be able to respond, but he's hanging on with his tongue. He can't respond.
Maybe I shouldn't be a Hollywood script writer because I love that line. That line's awesome.
That line is an insult not only to the character of Storm, but also to the actress. of Halle Berry.
Now,
Like I know Catwoman got panned pretty hard, but nothing in that movie is as bad as that line. Oh, I hate that line so much. It lives in my mind rent-free as one of the worst things of all time, alongside other well-known greats such as Sonic 06 and Superman 64.
no, that line is great, great, great.
It's so bad.
So,
And
do you want to know how
not
great
so
that
bad
line
like
is?
the Power Glove bad. It's not even a meme line. It's just a bad line.
Do you know how great that line is? Is I don't have any more notes for the rest of the movie up until the very, very end. So if you have anything more to talk about Statue of Liberty and how we get out of here with Rogue, I didn't even talk about the fact that Rogue is captured and is like supposed to power this mutation device.
Yeah, that's kind of the whole point for this. Is Magneto does in fact know that his experiment was a failure, and that's why he kidnaps Rogue, because he himself is too old to be able to generate enough power to actually successfully run this thing on the scale that he needs. So he kidnaps Rogue with the intention for her to drain his power and generate the device with much more power than he could have. But, you know, they send Wolverine after him, or rather Wolverine sends himself after him. And what could possibly go wrong?
Man made of metal
Versus man
who
that
can
manipulates metal.
It's fine. It's fine.
And it goes about as well as you could expect it to.
Look, I'm gonna put it this way to you, Blau. All right. At least we didn't end up with the Statue of Liberty like walking down the streets of New York, a la Ghostbusters 2 at the end of this, because Magneto could have done that.
Oh, I'm
and
about
he chose
to.
not to.
I'm about to really upset you.
Yeah.
Hey, no one likes a
Haven't
nosy
seen
neighbor.
Ghostbusters 2.
Oh, you don't need to see Ghostbusters 2. It's not great.
Haven't seen Ghostbusters 1. You know which Ghostbusters movie I have seen?
Let's just keep talking about.
Because I can tell you the Ghostbusters movie I have seen.
All right, what Ghostbusters movie have you seen?
The one with the girl power.
Blau? I like that movie.
I liked it too.
Like, we can if you want to get into all female Ghostbusters reboot.
I like
I
it.
am down for that movie.
I mean,
Fun fact about that movie: the main bad guy in that movie, not Chris Hemsworth, the guy before Chris Hemsworth gets possessed, is from an old College Humor skit where he plays one of the Tetris angels to Tetris God. That movie is just fine. It's fine. It's pretty great. Chris Hemsworth is playing a himbo. 10 out of 10. I could watch Kevin all day. And the not Kristen Wiig, the other lady from SNL.
I thought it was great, but as we both know, the internet did not. A lot of that, I'm sure, was fake political outrage against wokeism or whatever. But
The internet's full of a bunch of whiny babies. That's fine.
I think also a lot of it was people getting their panties in a bunch about how much it ruined the Ghostbusters franchise.
There is no Ghostbusters franchise. There's one mediocre Ghostbusters movie. There's one Ghostbusters movie that should be better or shouldn't be as good as it is. And I haven't seen the new Ghostbusters reboot. So but we're off in the weeds here. I want to talk about the ending of this stupid movie. After we do the fight and
Better safe than
Logan
sorry.
ruins the machine and saves Rogue or whatever happens at the end of this stupid movie. It was okay. I actually really enjoyed this movie. I shouldn't be calling it stupid. It was pretty
Well, what happens is Wolverine pulls her out of the machine, doesn't he? And
Yeah.
Almost
He
kills
gets
himself
Storms to-
doing it by letting her
He
absorb
gets
his
Storms
power.
to fly him up there.
And something about this causes her to get the blonde streak in her hair, because she didn't have it up to this point.
It was because of the overexertion on the hair. That's not a blonde streak. That is an albino streak. That is albinism. Fun fact, my friend Chalice, she has that exact same white streak in her hair. Just came on when she was like in middle school and been there ever since. Super freaky. Looks amazing on her.
I'd rather have a spider, personally. After,
Um,
normal size again.
But yes, Logan almost dies. And the final
because healing's overpowered, he doesn't.
Well, the final note in my thing, because again, I say that stupid line with the storm, I love. I complain about this next bit for like half a page in my notes. Is that they got this super weird editing choice of going from how did we do from Logan to going to Xavier inside the basement at the start of a new scene. Then we cut to Logan on the table who's looking pretty rough. Then we cut to the outside, which is an establishing flyby shot of the mansion for maybe 2 seconds. And it just kind of like pans by a random window, not even the full grounds of the X mansion. Then it cuts back inside to Jean looking at Logan. Like, there's just this completely superfluous shot, establishing shot of location, even though we already know where Logan is because he's waking up for a second time on this operating table in the same environment that he was there. It's
him waking up on that
baffling
operating
editing
table
choice.
is actually important for a reference later.
Yes, but I mean, we've already been on that operating table at the beginning of this movie. Why do we need a bad, I might add, establishing shot that we are back at the mansion?
I'm just gonna
baffling.
let you. I'm gonna let you get this rant out of your system because I don't.
That was it. That was the rant.
I don't
I
don't
complained
particularly
about that one.
have. I don't particularly have opinions on the cinematography of that shot.
I had that rant in me for a half a second insert shot compared to me being like, yeah, no, that stupid frog line was great. I loved it. You can tell where my priorities are.
The dumb. That's where your
Yeah.
priorities are.
Yeah.
You appreciate the dumb, except when it comes to cinematography, which you take very seriously.
It's very serious.
Very expensive.
No, it was very serious. Get it right.
So that brings us into X2. X-Men United.
Do we want to get into X2 right now? Do you have more stuff that we're doing? Like how long have we been going?
4 hours.
I think we can get one more in. Do you think?
Yeah.
We can get X2 in here. We can scoot that in.
Yeah.
Anything else about jumping to the early timeline of X2, or sorry, X2000?
I don't have anything else to really add about X-Men other than like it was. I want to say it was like the first superhero movie that really put the idea in my head that maybe superhero movies can be pretty good.
I will say it was a good movie, superhero or not. I will also say it is a superhero movie that came out before Spider-Man 1. So
it was rough.
Yeah, the landscape, the bar was not high.
The bar
and
didn't exist.
This being a good movie says a lot.
Yeah, like to compare it to other things, not just like comic books, or like video game adaptations into movies at the time were god awful. Like Hollywood, like I said, they have had a long disdain for anything nerd culture that really only recently they've kind of gotten their heads out of their asses for. I mean, I think Disney was probably ahead of the curve in treating nerd culture with respect. But yeah, it being a good movie that early on says a lot. Like, even with all the complaints we have about it, it's still a good movie.
Yep. I don't think I actually had complaints about it. Like I any complaints that I have are minor nitpicks at most. There's no structural issue with this movie. There is some concern about like what weight and attention is paid to, but I think they actually balance that pretty heavily. Most of the weight and attention is paid to the political struggles. The next biggest chunk would be to the adult drama. The very littlest amount is paid to the action sequences and the teeny bopper drama. Like, great, you're investing the stuff. You're investing the audience's time into the most interesting things. Cool, good for you, movie.
Worth noting is that they do actually get better about investing into the combat without sacrificing the other stuff.
They can invest into the combat without sacrificing other stuff. They don't necessarily do that equally as they move forward. I would say the pendulum swings the other way, and we end up with something like X-Men Wolverine Origins.
Well,
Vengeance revising.
Okay. I know I'm jumping ahead with this statement. I don't really want to get into it right now because that's kind of out of order. But, you know, you had the original trilogy, which they were all fine. And then
we can just call this statement an alternate timeline, if you will.
And then you had X-Men Origins Wolverine, which came out after the original trilogy, and something went wrong. And then the very next movie, well, actually, was it the Wolverine or was First Class next?
I think the Wolverine was next.
I just can't remember because the Wolverine does have the post-credit scene that absolutely is set up for Days of Future Past.
I'm not sure.
Which is why I think First Class might have come out before the Wolverine.
I can check. I can pause here. The Wolverine is 2013. No, X-Men First Class did come out first.
Okay, so yeah. The original trilogy, they're all pretty solid. X-Men Origins Wolverine, something went horribly wrong. And then immediately, we have a banger in First Class. And then the Wolverine, not quite as much a banger, but still awesome. And, like, you really don't have another low point until the New Mutants, which I think is more of a subjective low point, as opposed to X-Men Origins just being kind of, you know, all around bad. You know what? I'll even go as far as saying that I think X-Men Origins Wolverine was an anomaly.
After, you know, we're normal size again.
Like, coming out of it, that's the only one that I really thought was bad.
It was, I will admit, it's a road bump.
I know Apocalypse and especially Dark Phoenix were not well received, but I couldn't even begin to tell you why, because I thought those movies were... I thought all of the prequel movies were very high caliber.
Jumping ahead to my thoughts on those is they're fine. They're fine. They're a little long in the tooth. I think superhero fatigue was setting in at that time, and we were expecting something a little bit higher caliber, which the other X-Men movies were. First Class and this first trilogy are a higher caliber movie than even what the generic superhero movie of the late 2010s became.
If I had to guess,
to have a movie that was just fine is not high praise.
Yeah, if I had to guess what was really behind it not being well received, probably had a lot to do with people wanting and not getting the X-Men to be part of the MCU. You know, the rumors of Disney acquiring Fox, which ended up panning out to be true. You know, people were upset about the lack of X-Men in Deadpool movies. Like, I think
that's hilarious.
I think all of these were factors into why the most recent X-Men movies, barring Logan, were not well received.
The reason they are the way they are.
But I think if you take them out of that time frame and just look at them completely on their own merits, I think they're all excellent movies.
Sorry, could you say that one more time for posterity's sake?
I said if you look at them in a vacuum, all of the prequel movies are excellent movies.
Yeah, no, I'm going to need emphasis on that word there.
Excellent.
Excellent.
Look, save it for Deadpool.
Okay, fine. But yes, let's get into X2, which I guess has a subtitle, but I just called it X2 2003.
X2, X-Men United.
Um,
So this movie opens up with my favorite X-Men.
Can I also take in this as an opening here, or would you like to? Because I have like a page of notes for just the opening.
Sure.
So I don't know who this X-Man is, or rather I didn't before sitting down to watch this movie. I'd never seen him before. So I went in my notes that says, because of course the literal devil comes on screen to the classical piece of music Dies Irae from Mozart. His Day of Wrath, depicting God's final judgment, which was an unfinished piece that was discovered after his death. Like, this is setting the tone for the movie. And it super dials up the bombast as you watch this, again, literal devil, like, warp through the White House to attack the president as the most, like, somber and sinister sounding piece of classical music you can possibly conceive of is playing. And then halfway through this, I realize, oh my goodness, that's Alan Cumming. And again, my heart, it beats strong and it beats hard and it beats fast for an Alan Cumming.
The literal devil, as you put it, is my personal favorite X-Man, whom I was very excited to see in the movie. Because after the first X-Men, it is Kurt Wagner, aka Nightcrawler.
I am the Nightcrawler. I worked in the circus.
He is an X-Men whose power is teleportation. He has a prehensile tail, and yeah, he's blue.
All the best X-Men are blue.
And that is not a coincidence that he's blue. For whatever reason, the movies had 2 chances to get into this and never did. But he's blue for a reason. Nightcrawler is Mystique's child.
No, he's blue for a raisin, and raisins are purple. Sorry. Anyways, continue. He's Mystique's child. I didn't know that.
Yep. Huh. The movies never get into it. I would even say that his earlier inclusion in the timeline in Apocalypse would kind of make it so he can't be her child.
Man, jumping ahead here, but like Alan Cummings is the perfect actor for this role again. Like,
oh, I think they both nailed it.
So good. I don't think that his actor in the prequel movies is as strong.
I think they both nailed it. But of course, I think neither of them are as good as the one that portrayed him in X-Men Evolution.
I wouldn't know.
Cartoon.
Sorry. Yeah, again, sorry, wouldn't know.
After the first movie came out, I saw X-Men Evolution when it started showing on Cartoon Network, and immediately fell in love with Nightcrawler. And,
well,
I was really excited for X2 because I knew Nightcrawler was going to be in it.
Nightcrawler as a character, pretty cool. This is a literal devil who's big into Christianity. So, like, that's got to be some conflict there. I do love me a little bit of religious trauma when it comes to this. We're going to see that come back in a later movie. Don't you worry. I'm really excited to talk about it. But I had fallen in love with Alan Cummings, the actor, since, like, forever.
So you might be a little bit biased.
I might be a little bit biased. He plays the one hacker nerd from GoldenEye, the I am invincible.
Oh, Boris.
Boris. He also plays Floop from Floop's Fluglies, as in Spy Kids, the first one.
Never
I
heard.
told you we were going to talk about Spy Kids some more.
And he also plays Loki from Son of the Mask, the sequel to the Mask movie with Jim Carrey. It's all connected.
I'm
Every
sorry.
movie that we talk about.
They never made another Mask movie. I don't know what you're talking
They did.
about.
It's Son of the Mask. And
No,
it's got Alan Cummings in it as Loki, the god of the mask, and he's great in it.
I think you might have hallucinated that.
I'm pretty sure they made that movie and Alan Cummings in it, and he's great in that movie.
No, that's a real shame. They never made a follow-up to The Mask.
It's super weird how Alan Cummings is in the. Anyways, if you have anything more to say, oh yes, and then the only other note that I have here from this intro is, my God, that's Brian Cox. Are you willing to commit to the program? Because Brian Cox, if you're not familiar, is from the Jason Bourne movies, which I was complaining about how they replaced Brian Cox as General Stryker in the Wolverine Origins, which also is the most Bourne-like movie because it has the most instances of this like shaky cam frenetic stuff. So I forgot that I made a Jason Bourne reference in my notes for this movie because of Brian Cox. It's all loops back in on itself, Blau. It is an Ouroboros. The timelines cannot mingle.
You're saying it's a time loop.
It is a cycle.
No, you said it's a loop.
It's a cycle. They're different.
That sounds like some flowery language.
You know, a little bit of sniffing the roses, although they might not necessarily smell like roses. You're picking up my meaning. But yeah, if you want to take away stuff.
No, I think
if you want to take away from here for the intro, because Kurt Wagner is your boy.
I think you nailed it better than I could have. I'm just unrepentant Night Girl fan. Nightcrawler fangirl.
Night Girl fan crawler?
Yeah. I'm such a fangirl over it that I can't get the words out.
Yeah, Kurt's great. Kurt is such an interesting character too. Like, there's a lot going on there. He is very complex and conflicted.
Yeah, there is a lot to relate to with his conflict of existence, yet true conviction to his, I think, Catholicism.
He does a couple of Hail Marys, so yes, I would assume Catholicism.
But like, there's something so relatable about that to me.
I mean, I just think it's ripe for character drama. Like, yeah, absolutely. You nailed it with this one. I need to take a bunch of this crud home.
But if you want to take the lead on the recap here, since I did the first two movies.
No, I actually don't have anything past that intro with the with Nightcrawler coming in to attack the president, and it looks like he was under the influence of some sort of mind control. We're not entirely sure, but we immediately suspect Professor Xavier, the one who does the mind control, right? Like that's where you go. That's a spider.
Like, I remember the overall plot, but I'm forgetting how we got there.
If you want to hit me with what you think comes next, that might jog my notes memories. Because again, I immediately go, my God, that's Brian Cox, because we have General Stryker now. He's not just a colonel, right? Like he's been upgraded in rank.
Let's see. Do we have more political banter about we need to legislate these mutants?
We actually do see, you are right. We get a confirmation that, hey, I thought that guy got totally jellyfished last time. Nope.
Yes.
He's still alive, and he's actually made a complete political 180 to defending mutant rights. This is such a shocking turn of events for the news. It's just Mystique.
Yeah, like they do the thing to show the audience that wink, wink, nudge, nudge. It's Mystique, but it's like it's what you said about X-Men 1. They do a lot of showing and then telling.
They do show, then tell, then show again.
Yeah, like we knew the guy was dead. Like for that guy to still be there, it's obviously Mystique. But they did the thing with the eyes anyway.
Yep. Well, it's also like, this guy's acting really weird. Also, this guy's totally dead. Also, that's Mystique. And then we flash to the very next scene where we're in the X-Mansion and all of the X-Men are like, that's totally Mystique, right? Like, we're watching her on the TV right now. We are well aware that is a Mystique.
Yeah, like the X-Men clearly know it's Mystique. I think Jean calls her out by name. I think it was Jean.
It's show, then tell, then show again.
But I mean, okay, I'll give them at least a little bit of benefit of the doubt there. That one was for people that didn't see the first movie.
Why are you going into a movie called X2 without watching the first X-Men movie? What are these people? What do these people do?
They didn't. Their friends were busy when X-Men 1 came out.
I cannot fathom these people who go into a series without having played the first game in the series. I say playing Metal Gear Solid 1 instead of realizing I should have started with Metal Gear.
Okay. Look, have you ever had... When you post a series on YouTube, do you have a steady decline in views as it goes on? Because obviously the first episode's going to be your highest view, right? Do you have a steady decline in views, or does it spike up and down as the series goes?
It spikes up.
Making you question who the heck is watching episode 37 of this Let's Play and not the 36 episodes before it.
You're not wrong. These people confuse me. These people baffle me. What are these people doing with their lives? Like, I don't understand it.
Yeah, so we got the Senator guy. He's done a 180. And the X-Men know that's Mystique. And I don't know where it went from here.
We flashed to Brian Cox.
Oh.
We learned that he's got the Weapon X program.
Storm and Jean go and try to locate the mutant. I think.
No.
I think Jean used Cerebro.
The worst scene in all of X-Men. We have the worst scene in all of X-Men. Blau.
No, that was the last movie. You know, same thing as everything else.
It's a Storm scene where Storm does the dumbest things possible.
Yeah. You know what happens to a toad that gets struck by lightning. Yeah, we've already been over that.
No, the worst scene is where Storm opens her mouth and says, like, no, our gifts are what make us special and set us apart. She says to the nuke on legs, who is kill people if they touch her.
Well, what's so bad about that? It's like reassurance that she's not broken.
I'm sorry, if we had... Because, again, this movie is dealing with there's a cure for the X gene, which we also bring up the fact that Hank is here as well. Beast.
Okay, I wasn't sure if Beast showed up in X2 first, or if they waited until X3 to introduce him.
Beast shows up in X2 as like, the mutant ambassador, and he's also there in the war room with Brian Cox.
Okay.
But Storm has the line of, like, we're not broken. Well, our powers set us apart and make us special. And she says that in a room with people who have, like, burst into flame and or if you touch me, I'll kill you. And it's like, yeah, Storm, sorry that I can't control the weather. That sounds like a really cool power that you can put to good use. I am a literal death machine. It's dumb. It's bad.
Well, you do need to keep in mind
as metaphor.
falls apart. Like, it's not... And this is the movie that really drills down. Later on, we're going to get the scene of, like, have you just tried maybe not being a mutant? Mutant says metaphors for the allegory of, in this case, I want to say gay.
Yeah.
And, like, yeah, you know what?
Look,
there shouldn't be
that one.
Gay.
That one made me groan.
For me touching you and killing you.
Yeah, it's called putting on gloves for it.
Ugh.
I mean, this is probably.
Yeah, okay, you know what? Fair enough. Fine. The gloves would solve a lot of that problem. We've all seen the TV sitcom with John LaPace, Pushing Up Roses, the detective story where the baker, the pie maker, has the ability to bring people back from the dead, and he falls in love with the dead woman that he brings back. So if he touches her again, she'll die, and he can't touch her. And it's a really great will they, won't they love thing. It's wonderful. We've all seen Pushing Up Roses, Pushing Up Daisies, right? We've all seen that.
So, I don't know how much I really want to get into this, but since you've kind of pushed the conversation this direction, I feel kind of obligated to.
This is where the movie goes, Blau. Like,
Rogue.
this is what this movie is about.
You know what I see Rogue in this scene as an allegory for?
Whack.
Someone with a lot of internal phobia.
Yeah. Yeah.
Someone who sees who they are as something toxic that can only ever be bad for them because everyone around them says it is.
Right.
And someone who is seeing how that thing about them that everyone says is bad, like, they could directly attribute so many bad things in their life to it.
And I agree that metaphor is a really powerful message. Because then the thing of, like, coming to accept yourself and not see yourself in that negative light, that's important, right? Like, we can agree. That's really...
Yeah.
That's what the message should be doing.
I'm getting less... Getting on a less... I was going to say, getting on a less metaphorical level, you also got to keep in mind that she's like a first-year student at the school for mutants to learn how to control their powers. Which, granted, there may not be a way for her to ever control her power beyond make sure she doesn't make skin contact with people. But
just make sure that you
it's
constantly are self-isolated. It's fine.
It's too early in her time at the school at this point to make that claim. You know?
No, and I agree, but also it muddies the water of your metaphor to say that to someone who is literally a nuke on legs. And that's not even getting into the Jean Grey problem. Or, you know what, for that matter, Scott Summers. I watched that guy obliterate a classroom just by opening his eyes. Like, he needs to learn how to get that under control, and he's doing it through, like, disability aids, yes. Glasses are a form of disability aids. And they, like, the fact that we have destigmatized the fact that everyone needs to wear glasses, or a lot of people in the world need to wear glasses. Let's destigmatize disability aids in other regards. But, regardless...
I mean, there are people with conditions that require them to cover up their skin all the time, like albinos.
Right, and that is to protect themselves. The difference here is that Rogue is a danger to everyone else, and it muddies the metaphor to say, well, you know, learn to accept yourself. Just make sure that you're constantly hidden away from the outside world so that you don't accidentally do a bad thing.
But that's never the message given to her.
It's the implied text of the movie.
But no one ever tells her, you know, not to seek out
physical contact?
Yeah, no one ever tells her not to do that.
No.
It's something about her that she herself is very conscious of and on her own accord takes the steps to avoid. I mean, yeah, I would agree that looking at it like that would be a bit more problematic message.
I'm just saying it's a
But I think the way it's
good
presented, you can
message
kind of
on-
look past the literal aspect of her being a danger to everyone.
I just think that it muddies your message considerably when you have people like Rogue and people like Kurt, who I'm sure, if given the opportunity to not be in a literal devil form, would take the cure for mutanism, regardless of if that is warranted or not, because of his own internalized belief system. Beast, you can see in all of the prequel movies, very conflicted about this exact same plot point, and it is major contention issues throughout. I just think that this metaphor, while was, I hesitate to say groundbreaking, but definitely pushing the bar in 2003, it's messy. It's not handled as fully thought out as it could be.
No, I'm not going to argue that it's not flawed.
But that's like long diversion into like the meta narrative and the themes of the movie, as opposed to what the actual literal plot is, which I have less to say about this time. Because this movie is very much more about its themes than anything else.
Yeah, I'm still struggling to remember how they get to where they're going. I know at some point, Wolverine kind of hikes off on his own to seek answers because in the first movie, Charles made an agreement with him that he would help him regain his memory. Which kind of goes more into the ego thing. Because Charles has the literal ability to unlock the memories without making Logan go off on his own, but chooses to let him find his own answers.
Well, because if he just gave him all the memories, then that wouldn't really cause character growth, right? It would just be, you can look at the answer sheet to a test and get 100% on it, but that doesn't mean you actually learned the lesson.
But,
So,
like, it's kind of an ethical quandary, though.
oh,
Like-
yeah, absolutely. No. I am 100% making that argument for Charles, in which I would say, no, just fix it. Just fix the problem.
Like, he shouldn't have to earn his memories back. They're his memories. They were stolen from him. You know, if someone breaks into my house and steals my PlayStation, and the police catch the guy, I don't have to go through a process to earn it back. It's mine by all rights.
Yeah, I have a note here along with it's hard to figure out how exactly we get to this point, but like this second movie is taking a little bit longer to suss out what everyone's next motive is. Like, we don't necessarily know where people are going or what they're doing. We just know they have these vague machinations in play. So, like, what does Logan plan to do?
Yeah, so
what is Brian Cox's plan? What is Magneto up to? It's just like they put all of this drama into a box and shook it up, and it was like person A doesn't like person B. And that's all we're presented with without any real, like, grander motivation yet.
In trying to remember how we get to, like, the main focal point of the movie, I can recall that Wolverine's subplot is kind of actually the most important one, for reasons that don't become readily apparent even to Wolverine. Jean and Storm go off in pursuit of the mutant that attacked the president, which we find out is
They go
Nightcrawler.
find Kurt Wagner, and he's
Um,
hiding in a church because
yeah.
subtlety is dead.
And the interesting thing to note was that it was Jean that used Cerebro to locate him instead of Professor X.
Yeah.
So- Which, if you're like me and you watched all the prequel movies, this is the first time someone besides Professor X used Cerebro.
Yes.
So that's an interesting thing to note. But they do find that he's basically teleporting across the country. And they find him through pattern recognition, basically. And yeah, he's in a church. Of course. Of course he's in a church. That's like,
Yep.
He's deeply religious.
Again, subtlety is dead, and this movie killed it.
And that's where they find out what actually happened to cause him to attack the president. He wasn't acting of his own volition.
Well, not only does he have a bunch of self-harm scars, he also has a weird bump on his neck.
Yes, that's right.
Because he was injected by science juice from Science Man. The next thing that I have is that, and I quote, Wolverine just kind of shish kebabbed a dude. So I'm assuming that we've already made Wolverine's way to the Weapon X facility.
Yeah, and
And
he finds it abandoned.
to note on that is like Wolverine shish kebabbing a dude. Is that our first like 100% confirmed this guy's dead on screen? I missed it.
I think so.
Because like no one really quote unquote dies on screen. Yeah, Frog gets electrocuted and Mystique walks away. Or rather, I guess not necessarily death, but like one character just straight up gores another one.
I mean, he did definitely shish kebab Mystique in the first movie.
Yeah, but she gets up and walks away. It's fine. It was a friendly goring.
That is actually an important detail that we totally glossed over.
What?
Not even glossed over. We skipped over it completely.
Well, we said there was a fight. We said
The
there
fact-
was a fight.
The fact that he shish kebabbed her.
Yeah, it was a light shish kebabbing.
I
This guy
can't.
gets it way worse.
I think that came up in X3 though,
Did it? Does it?
because there's a time when she is, yeah, that might be X2. I don't know. Yeah, it is X2. Because I don't remember what Magneto and the gang are up to, but they eventually find out that there's mind control, there's something being injected. Wolverine turns up empty-handed, but they find out, oh, you didn't search things well enough. And then Magneto shows up like, hey, we already know all this, and we're going on our way to handle Stryker.
Yeah, so there's like a full-on Wolverine massacre.
So they all team up together, and like, while they're camping out one night, Jean comes into Wolverine's tent. I think this is already after she has rejected him in his advances because she is dating Sky.
Yes.
And she's like totally trying to make out with him and do the dirty. And he gets as far as...
it is Wolverine. Yeah. And then that is Mystique.
Gets as far as getting her shirt off before realizing that it's not Jean. And the thing that gives it away is when he shish kebabbed her in X-Men 1.
You're just enjoying the verb shish kebab.
Hey, you presented it. I'm just
It's a
using
good verb.
I'm just using the tools that have been given to me.
Can I have these?
But, you know, I think it's good to just go forward from there because we were both struggling to figure out how we got there. And that's good enough point as any. Because this kind of gets us there. So they make it back to the facility. And turns out that And the whole time in this facility, Wolverine kind of goes off on his own and has flashbacks, but he can't quite piece together what they mean.
I would like to back up just for a minute, because I do have a note here that says, like, when they ran into Magneto in that forest, and he was like, I already know everything that's going on. It just really does feel like a big coincidence. It's not the smoothest script writing here. Again, Magneto shows up and goes, and now I need to give you a little bit more exposition so we can go to next scene.
Yeah, it's totally convenience for the sake of the plot.
Yeah.
No arguments from me about that. But yeah, in the
Oh, right. And also Mystique at one point knocks a guy out in a bathroom stall. And then that guy still shows up to work the next day with a bunch of... Because they bust Magneto out of his plastic prison. That's what's happening.
Yes! How can I forget that? That scene is like ingrained in my memory. She pretends to be some hot slutty chick at a bar that this guy frequents, that she's been like staking out because he's the one that gives Magneto his lunch in his plastic cell.
The thing that bothers me about that is this guy gets knocked out in the bathroom stall of this skeevy dive bar by hot chick. At some point, I guess, wakes up and goes, rats, not again, and then just goes to work the next day. Like, don't ask me about last night.
So that's not the thing that makes me question things. I'm more a little further down the line where I question things. So what she does is she knocks him out in the stall and then injects him with something we do not know what it is. As we find out the next day when he goes to work, it was actually iron, which Magneto uses to pull out of his bloodstream and create two little balls that he can use as weapons and break out of the prison. And what bothers me about that is she didn't need to inject him with anything. You already have iron in your bloodstream.
Right, like this is 100% the like, why aren't waterbenders just out here doing blood bending at all times sort of argument. But also, I love a good witness the full extent of my powers.
No, I love the scene. I just
really
think the explanation of how did we get here is really dumb.
This is not my beautiful wife. This is not my beautiful Magneto. My God. How did I get here? Yeah, no, 10 out of 10. No notes. This is really good. And then, yes, the next question, the next note on my thing was Magneto breaks out. Everyone's in the plane. And I have the note, Storm's powers always seem like an overreaction, where we have the, here, have 100 tornadoes, just to shake these two planes.
She disconnected.
Storm is a little extra. Okay, then we break into the base as the good guys from the first movie and the bad guys from the first movie team up because there's an even badder guy who wants to wipe both of them out. And it's basically a heist, and I love a good heist movie. So, like, I'm on board, and I want to enjoy it some more.
But there's really not a lot of exposition in this section until you get really towards the end, where, you know, they discover that the source of the mind control is Stryker's mutant son.
No, there's not a lot of exposition, but I also want to congratulate the movie on juggling like 5 or 6 different pairings or teams of people. Like, you end up with Stryker's point of view, you end up with Magneto and Mystique, you have Scott, you have Jean, you have Logan, you have the kids. And the first movie really only ever juggles like 1 or 2.
Charles, who we forgot to mention, got kidnapped at some point.
Right, like the movie is doing
because the whole plot,
lot.
The whole plot was to get his son to use his mind control, or rather his mind compelling, I guess.
Stryker's son. Let's say who he is.
Stryker's son. I don't remember. Is it Jason?
Meow.
I can't. He had a name. I can't remember what it was. But like, we see his power manifest as creating like a dream-like hallucination where a friendly entity has a very compelling speech upon whoever the subject is, and it affects even as powerful a psychic as Charles.
Mm-hmm.
Whom he appears as like a little mutant girl in the dreams of.
Yeah.
And he's compelling Charles to use the Cerebro that Stryker built to basically
Locate and brain blast all
yeah,
mutants.
brain blast all the mutants into destruction.
While this is going on, I would also like to mention that Logan finds another Wolverine,
But a woman this time.
There's a woman Wolverine in this movie now.
And then he kills her by injecting her with adamantium.
Can I read my quote here?
Sure.
Stuffed like a lead Twinkie, rip to a real one. That's what I wrote. That's She did not
Chef's kiss.
deserve to go out like that.
Chef's kiss.
Yep. This is why you put me on podcasts. I have a way with words.
And I thought I was a wordsmith.
I'm not. I was going to go like, no, you're a word last name here, but I was like, I'm not doing that. What else do we have here? Oh, I actually have a question in here in my notes because I was very confused. Because Stryker talks about how I was the one who gave you the claws. I'm the one who made you that way. And my note is like, wait, he didn't have claws before? How does that work? Is he like a robot? Because I was confused at this point.
Because you hadn't watched X-Men Origins yet.
No, I hadn't. I watched them in release order. I was like, that's weird.
See?
I didn't know about the bone claws.
There's another reason why I think it's good to watch X-Men Origins before the rest of the trilogy.
I think you're right. But I was under the impression of like, well, maybe Wolverine's mutation is just that he has super healing powers, and that's why they were able to make him a robot.
Let's see. I think after they successfully rescue the professor, Cyclops basically sets the facility on a nuclear meltdown.
Yes. Well, no, so it's not a nuclear facility, it is just a hydroelectric dam, and he, as part of his fight with Jean Grey when he was, mind controlled, like, lasered through a wall and completely destroyed the structural integrity of this, hydroelectric dam.
Because it started sailing away from the supernova.
Yeah, like there's no like nuclear explosion. Nothing's exploding here. It's literally just the dam is falling apart and the water is going to come and rush into this valley now.
My point is, this cues a timed escape sequence.
It was actually a load-bearing boss, if you will.
And so we've got 3 different groups trying to make their escape. We got Magneto trying to take advantage of the situation as always. He ends up recruiting Pyro to his cause while making his escape.
We have not talked about Pyro. There was a brief scene where we saw this kid get into a fight at another kid's house where he was like, I can hold off these cops who are trying to kill us. It's gonna get messy. There's going to be some deaths over here. And everyone was like, no, don't do that!
I didn't really want to talk about that because that is the, can you just try not being a mutant?
Yeah.
It feels bad, man. It feels bad.
It feels bad. It's not great. That scene is hard to watch. And
but it's real.
Affecting. Yeah. that scene is really affecting. It comes from like a place of personal connection. I also think it would hit harder if the metaphor wasn't just talking to, people who could, if they were left unchecked, destroy whole cities. Like, if one guy has a bad day and wants to, I don't know, have a mind meltdown and destroy the world, things could go real bad, real fast. Heaven forbid Charles Xavier ever loses control of his powers.
Yes, heaven
Have
forbid.
you just tried not having superpowers, Charles?
Would you take a drug that could inhibit your superpowers?
I don't know. Scott Summers seems to be fine with that. Or Hank McCoy. Why do I know their last names? I curse you. Seems to be okay with that for all of the movies except the first one he's in.
First two. Isn't he in Last Stand as well?
I don't remember.
Either way, he does come back for a cameo at the very end of Days of Future Past. In full beast form. The original actor, I should say.
But yeah, at the end, Flamio does join up with Magneto.
And he tries to get Iceman to join him, and he refuses.
Yep. Wolverine ties Brian Cox to a rocks. We call that a Cox and Rocks torture.
And then he meets back up with the rest of the good guys and leads them from running straight into their watery grave outside of the facility.
Yeah, they get into the plane. Magneto then 100% just holds the plane, keeps it there. It's kind of... Oh, no, that was earlier. No, Magneto could move an entire plane, right? We've seen him do that. But instead, he lets Mystique fly a helicopter out here. Like, he lets her get into the pilot seat and fly away. And the only reason I think he does that is because he knows Mystique likes flying planes. Like, this is her character trait. Because otherwise, why is he not just Magnetoing his planes everywhere? It's like, Mystique likes flying. I'll let her have her fun.
He's getting old.
That doesn't stop him. No, I'm sorry.
I'm just saying,
we see some real nut stuff.
We have seen him overexert himself doing stuff.
Nah, it is true. I don't think. Yeah. Hard to say. The power and extent of what Magneto can and cannot do, re-bending metal, is kind of all over the place.
But yeah, so Stryker ends up dying when Magneto comes to that plane. Doesn't Magneto?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I forget exactly what cool thing Magneto does to him, but Stryker absolutely had it coming to him.
They have things to do.
I think he just, because he's tied up with chains and Magneto just crushes. Next thing is the dam does finally break.
The dam does break, and
they have a really great miniatures. I want to say that they're doing it in miniatures because it doesn't look like CGI. I don't know if they had the proper like water tech back then to be able to do this amazing dam break shot. It's gorgeous.
But the dam does break, and the good guys are not going to be able to escape.
No.
Until Jean makes a heroic sacrifice.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how the movie ends. Jean does end up dying in order to save everyone else. And Scott becomes a real bummer for it. Is super depressed. And that sets us up for the final movie in this trilogy.
Yes, they managed to squeeze out one more movie in this trilogy, and it's all things considered, pretty great. Well, I'm not gonna lie. It's a pretty good movie. They didn't manage to ruin this trilogy. I was getting confused that this was the movie that has the we can cure mutants subplot or main plot. No, that's the third movie.
Yes.
That's not in here yet.
So that's the one where we get demystified.
Yes, we do end up with the demystification. I fell down a hole. It's fine.
Dante's surprisingly not terrible.
But that's about all my voice has in me for being able to discuss the mutant mayhem for today. I don't know if we have anything else planned for Touching Grass at the moment.
But we've got, judging by this, we have a whole nother episode's worth, at least, just on X-Men.
Maybe. Do you want to like come and check out how the grass is coming over here?
Yeah,
what
sure.
you're thinking of? And then I'll come and see what you're working on back at the base. But yeah, it turns out when you sit down and recap 4 whole movies over the course of 5 hours, it's basically non-stop talking. And that can wear you out.
Well, that was kind of the point of turning this into a podcast format.
I wasn't fully prepared for it to be like beat by beat recapping, but I'm glad that I took somewhat extensive notes.
Well, I felt like recapping it would be the best way to kind of get in all we really want to see as like reactionary.
We do hit a lot of the main beats there, and again, a lot of it is talking about the main takeaways.
And like there is also a lot that we were skipping over too.
Dang it.
Like the heist, as you called it, into the facility. That was like half of the entire movie, and I kind of hand-waved the whole thing.
Well, because they're swapping back and forth between all of these different perspectives, it is a majority of the movie. Majority, it's a significant chunk, but it doesn't really push the plot along, so to say, as just kind of bring it to its inevitable conclusion. That would be my, why do I keep crashing? I've crashed like a dozen times. I'm glad that this doesn't break our streaming or recording.
I do kind of hate that I did all that crunching, and we didn't even get to it.
No, we just didn't. Just absolutely not.
I really wish we could have talked about Deadpool movies today, because I watched Deadpool 1 yesterday, half of the R-rated version, and then after I got done at work, I watched the PG-13 version, and then rewatched the R-rated version, and then looked up all the deleted scenes from the unrated version.
I was
ready to do some Deadpool talk.
I'm glad we didn't get to Deadpool, because knowing that you have like things to say about Deadpool, it'll give me an excuse to go and rewatch those. I'll have that a lot more fresh in my mind. I'll be able to contribute more than just going and then.
But I also really wanted to talk about Logan, because I know we have
I think I have the most stuff to say about Logan and New Mutants, and I think that I only have good things to say about those.
I know we have opposite opinions on Logan, and I thought we had opposite opinions on New Mutants, but it sounds like we might be on the same page.
We might be.
But I still think I can say something to piss you off about New Mutants.
I did New Mutants into Logan, because I did like a Logan rewatch, and boy, those are 2 back-to-back movies. They are polar opposites.
Wow, you made a lot more progress than I thought you would have.
What do you mean?
Turns out with 5 hours to touch grass, you touched a lot of grass.
I touched a lot of grass.
You didn't.
All right?
I don't know why you didn't cut down all this grass by the bag.
Well, that one's for you. You gotta cut this one down. I left it just for you. Actually, I think what happens is that some of these don't get cut down because of my crashes. But yeah, this is going a ways back.
Oh, yeah, you got most of it. I mean, we're not quite there. I would like to get the backside by the bike cleared out as well. But,
Where are we? Yeah.
yeah,
I still need to...
that is a
Still need
good
to push.
freaking job. How's the,
Thank you, ma'am.
how's the storage looking?
Barely even filled.
Oh, that's good. That means you've had more than enough storage space.
Yeah. We overestimated on the chest requirements. Now, mind you, I have had to repair my termite axe a fair amount. So,
Are you upgrading it to repair, or are you just repairing?
no, I was just doing a repair. I didn't even think to upgrade the axe.
This is the
'Cause it's not a
final.
weapon.
This is the final tier, so I would say upgrade it.
I probably should, but again, I already wasn't thinking of doing that. Also, every time I fell down there, I was putting some pupa hide in my inventory as it went.
That's good. You can get that on the drying rack when you get back to the base.
Yep.
I was collecting a lot of meat and jerkifying it.
Okay, looks like we filled up 4 out of 5 chests, and I'm starting up a 5th chest of grass.
And we've got like 10 over there.
Yes.
This one little section of grass that you left here at the start bothers me.
I have to run back to base because my thoist is drained. My axe isn't looking too good.
You know, we probably should have set up a little outpost over here, huh? I guess we can do that next time.
Do you really think we should set an outpost out here? Are we going to be out this way often?
I mean, it's not a bad place to set up, just a safe space to have some food storage, like beds. And,
I don't know. That sounds pretty cozy. I guess we could try that if you really feel like it.
Dew collectors.
What do you do? What? What are they collecting?
They collect dew.
Yeah. What do they do?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. What do they do?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I want to know. What do they do?
Exactly.
No, Blau, the collectors. When they collect something, what is that thing that they do?
You got it.
I don't know how to set up a third base.
I think that's about as close as you can come to it.
When I'm flying back to base, what were you working on over here? You were punching stuff. You were collecting rocks.
All I really accomplished was I built up Little Fist to level 3.
Yeah.
I built up Smasher to level 2. I built up Rock Cracker to level 3.
Oh, you've expanded the.
I put some.
Did we actually fill in this foundation? No.
No, I didn't do any base building outside of. At the base of our stairs, I put a bunch of spike strips because I was tired of these larvae coming to the stairs and destroying the bottom stairs before I could even get down. I might need to actually set up some walls down there.
Just so that they stop attacking, or just so that they attack the walls first?
So that they stop attacking the weak structure of the stairs and the scaffolding.
Well, you should now have a solid foundation, at least for the start of this town.
But if you want to see what I was up to, honestly, I couldn't collect a lot of resources because it just didn't respawn. But check the rocks box, the clay box.
Oh, look at that.
The candy box. I was able to get one collection of charcoal. I don't know if I ever...
some toad nails.
Yeah, I did get some toenails. I also got some spiky burrs. Because I honestly was just looking for weed stems. And,
Yeah, while I was out there chopping grass, I was not getting many spiky burrs. Just a heads up. I was like, I don't have time to deal with the stuff that is dropping off of these. We should probably bring a decent collection of pallets for that over there, I would think.
I really should have gone on a lint run at some point.
Do we have a good spot to get lint from?
Well, there's the doormat on the shed.
Oh, that's respawning then, eh?
Yes, it does respawn, but it takes like 5 days in game.
I don't think we've even hit 5 days in game yet.
We may not have because we didn't sleep at all.
No, we were working pretty steadily. You had me working pretty hard.
I also went and collected thistles. I don't know if I ever was able to deposit any in the thistle chest that I made. I did collect some clovers because a infected weevil blew up in a clover patch and they were just everywhere, so I went ahead and picked them up.
As you do. I'm gonna kill another spider.
I killed the infected wolf spider
Ooh, congratulations!
after it killed me.
Oh, no.
I feel like anytime it gets to jump on me, it's going to win. Like, literally, when it gets the jump on me, because it explodes when it lands.
It's rude. It's rude that way.
And it, like, goes through my shield when it does that. And I don't know how I'm supposed to not just take a massive damage from it, because you can't get out of the way of it. It's a homing jump.
I've just seen your spikes all around this staircase. It's definitely some Blau handiwork, if I ever seen some.
But yeah, that's what I was up to.
That's not so bad.
Sorry for the pause there. I was mid-sneeze.
I think I chopped down all of that grass that was annoying me that you left behind. So I guess I can head on back. You know, we should probably set up a zipline right the freak.
Wouldn't hurt. But yeah, I'm just chilling at the base for a minute. Enjoying the nice relaxation. Why don't I have Mithridatism? Come on, where is that? Oh, I do. I do have level 3 Mithridatism. I don't need to be killing spiders anymore.
Yeah, it only takes like 10.
Unfortunately, we're going to have to get that guard dog up.
I'm confused about what Lord Enigma called us two wise butts about.
That would be us doing the dew collector bit.
Oh, I didn't ever see when it appeared in the chat. Because much like you, I ignore my chat apparently on YouTube.
I just refuse to call you a wise butt. I'm the only wise butt around here.
Are you though?
Yes.
How wise
You're a wise
are you?
Wow, very different. My barbarian's only up to a level 2. My sharpshooter's also only up to a level 1. I need to do more killing with a bow.
It's actually really easy to get a lot of clay. It's the stone more that walls you off.
Really?
Yeah, because the stone takes longer to respawn. I was able to collect clay twice, and I was only able to collect stones once.
Well, we should be better about dealing with that then. Oh, I'm going to take, not upgrade materials, candy and coal. Put these, actually not all of these. I'm going to put one of these in here. Where do you want the twinkling shells?
You can put them in bug parts or upgrade materials. Upgrade materials, probably. That's all they're used for is upgrade.
I've got one toenail and one sparkling bug on me so that when we start next time, I can just science that.
Upgrade my axe since it's damaged. I can't upgrade my axe.
Couldn't imagine how that would happen.
I cannot
You
upgrade my
can't
axe.
upgrade it yet.
Already level 5. I need gloves to upgrade it. I don't know what I want to upgrade it to. It might be better to salt so that I can jerkify stuff with more of my weapons. Right now, I only do it with the mace. Morningstar. But you know what? I think you're tired of talking. My jaw hurts, and it's also getting to be 500 degrees in here. It's actually it is actually 91 degrees outside. May or may not be hotter inside my office since I don't have air conditioning.
Oh, I didn't actually realize how long we were going. Yeah, that's 11. It's 11:20 by now for me.
Yeah,
I've been up for a bit.
Yeah, we've been going for 5 hours and 20 minutes. But
Yeah, I think the people are probably sick of listening to us. That's a good chunk of change for them.
I think the only thing we need to recap on the next session is just say we collected materials. We'll definitely be showing that we chopped down all that dry grass. And we need to remember to mention the Burgle quest to kill a scarab.
Well, the other thing we need to recap is X-Men: The Last Stand, The Wolverine, Days of Future Past, X-Men: Apocalypse, Dark Phoenix, New Mutants, Logan, and then both of the Deadpools. Apparently, all 17 versions of 2 with the bonus features. Are you gonna Hey, are you gonna watch the director's commentary?
Is there a director's commentary?
I wish there was. We didn't even get into the death of director's commentaries. I need more director's commentary.
But that'll be for the next stream, which I'm unsure when it will be. We have to record next Saturday, or I'll run out of footage for daily uploads.
Yes, and we can talk about that here off the stream, what we're doing for recording.
And then I'm not sure if I'm available to do anything the week after that. So. But yeah, that's gonna do it. Thank you all for joining us on, I guess, part 1 of the X-Men podcast. We could have gotten through all of the original films before First Class if we had not started with First Class.
Or X-Men Wolverine.
Well, no,
Origins.
See, the original trilogy and Origins were all before First Class. So,
Okay.
Yeah, we could have done Last Stand instead of First Class. And then
But it will come out in the wash. We will get there. Don't you worry about it.
I was really hoping we would have gotten through at least the Wolverine.
Yeah, I want to talk about that. Oh, man. Oh,
That'll be next time.
I got thoughts on Wolverine.
Because we'll start with Last Stand and then move on to the Wolverine. And then we get to go to where the timeline splits in Days of Future Past.
The funky stuff.
Which, by the way, did you watch the normal version or the Rogue cut?
I have no idea what I watched. I pressed play on the thing.
It wasn't available on Disney Plus, so I had to go hunt it down. And I found out there was a Rogue cut, so I watched that. I think all it does is... I don't think Rogue is in the original version, and she is in Rogue cut. I think that's really the big difference.
In Days of Future Past?
Yeah.
I definitely watched a version that had Rogue in it. I'll put it that way.
Okay. I don't actually know the differences.
Wow.
But I did tell you to watch the Rogue cut, so you probably watched it.
I had watched it before you'd said watch the Rogue cut.
Oh. Well, maybe you didn't watch it.
Bow, bow.
Oh.
Bow, bow.
Bow, bow.
Bow, bow.
Anyway, thank you all for watching. There should be a new episode up as of an hour and a half ago. Go watch that if you please, but that's going to do it for us.
Yeah.
See you all later.
Bye-bye.
Bye.